I am Alex Vicio, a doctoral candidate in systematic theology in SMU's graduate program in religious studies. And on behalf of my co-chair, Dr. Theodore Walker, associate professor of ethics and society at SMU's Perkins School of Theology, we welcome all who are joining us both online and in person for this conference. Liberating Theology and Ethics for the Common Good, the contribution of Schubert M, Ogden, and Franklin I, Gamwell. Now, before we commence the formal program, it's important that we take a few minutes to address some housekeeping matters, most of which pertain only to the in-person audience. Breakfast in the adjoining Gill Hall has been brought to you by SMU's graduate program in religious studies, hereafter referred to as GPRS. Coffee and orange juice will be available throughout the morning while they last. Out of respect for the conference speakers and others around you, please make sure all cell phones are silenced. Restrooms are located across the hall through the doors to the left. Library copies of books authored or edited by Ogden and Gamwell are available on the side table in the outside hallway. Feel free to look through them, but please don't take them with you as you leave. On the other hand, copies of Ogden's recipe book, Food for the Soul, published by Bridwell Press, are free to take, though on a first-come, first-served basis, since supplies are limited. These are available on the side table in the outside hallway as well. For those of you who are not able to acquire a hard copy, a free PDF of the book is available. The link to that PDF file is to be found on the flyers that are located on tables throughout the room. Those online can also find the link to the PDF file in the chat box. More will be said about this publication during the lunch program. Today we are using Zoom webinar to broadcast the conference. Those online have the opportunity to submit questions or make comments in the moderated chat. Please note that the Zoom webinar is being recorded. For those of you attending in person who don't want your voice recorded, please refrain from asking aloud your questions while the conference is in session. Though feel free to ask them during breaks in the post-conference reception. Alternatively, you can sign into the conference's Zoom webinar and type your questions into the chat, where our able moderators, Dr. Walker and Reverend Dr. John Riggs, can either answer them then and there or ask them of the speakers on your behalf while the conference is in session. Note that the flyers throughout the room that contain the Food for the Soul PDF files also display the QR code for the conference Zoom webinar. Finally, the conference is being videographed. If you do not wish to appear on video, do not sit in front of this middle column. Otherwise, you are tacitly consenting to being videotaped. Now on to the conference proper. Many of the speakers who have gathered here today consider Schubert Ogden and Franklin Gamwell, or Chris, as he was better known to his friends and colleagues, to be among the most important Christian theological and moral thinkers, respectively, of the last half century. For those of you who may not be aware, Ogden was a longtime SMU University professor who co-founded its GPRS program, and Gamwell was formerly dean, and then the Shaler Matthews Professor of Religious Ethics, the Philosophy of Religion, and Theology at the University of Chicago Divinity School. Their lifelong contributions to their respective fields were recognized by their peers in a variety of ways, none the least of which was their election as Fellows of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. The primary aim of the conference, then, is to honor their achievement and assess their legacy by showing that and how they shared a shared understanding of the complementariness of Christian theology and moral theory, properly conceived, and one which makes a singular and significant contribution to both a religiously and a humanistically informed and thus more nearly adequate conception of the common good. Accordingly, invited speakers have been asked to focus attention upon 1, elucidating Ogden's more nearly adequate grounding of a liberation theology; 2, expounding Gamwell's transcendental pragmatic articulation of justice as general emancipation; and 3, explicating how their shared understandings of both the proper function of religion and the valid meaning of democracy provide a coherent resolution to the problem of religious freedom in a polity that is comprised of a variety of comprehensive convictions and in which popular sovereignty is the final political authority. The conference concludes with a panel on ministry, in which primarily pastors whose vocation has been decisively shaped by the teaching and works of either or both scholars will discuss how Ogden's systematic theology and/or Gamwell's moral theory has shaped their understanding of the practice of Christian witness in the church and in the public sphere. To be sure, some may take issue with the whole premise of a conference predicated upon such alleged complementariness of the central convictions of two scholars, since there is seemingly nothing more commonplace in the academy than disagreement among intellectuals. And though it is true that Ogden and Gamwell did not see eye to eye on every aspect of every issue, it is also just as true to say that the teacher, Ogden, and his student, Gamwell, were in full accord on the most vital philosophical presuppositions, the most essential theological understandings, and the most fundamental moral intuitions, no doubt in large part through a concerted effort to understand one another as fully as possible through a continuous correspondence spanning more than 50 years, and through a rigorous exchange of ideas and writings, always conducted in a spirit of mutual criticism. Indeed, something very much like the foregoing was also both Ogden's and Gamwell's express understanding. Thus, for instance, in a retrospective essay for Religious Studies Review that sought to trace the trajectory of Ogden's thought over his career, Gamwell cautioned the reader, quote, "I should acknowledge that my own debt to Ogden's thought is so considerable that I cannot offer a critical review." And in one of his self-reflective notes that can be found in his special collection at Drew University, Ogden laments the fact that he did not spend more time working out and developing the ethical implications and applications of his thinking. But he then goes on to excuse, though not justify, this oversight by underscoring that he has proceeded throughout the latter part of his career with the understanding that Gamwell's achievement has more than adequately addressed and accomplished this task. Finally, I should say an introductory word about the sense in which Ogden and Gamwell contribute to the liberation of both theology and ethics. Summarily, both held that we should never and neither hesitate nor fear to approach our endeavors in Christian theology and ethics, as in any other fields of inquiry, as critically as possible and with as much intellectual honesty as we can practically muster. Nor should we be apprehensive of the results of our inquiry, whatever those results may be or wherever they may lead, even if they should prove to overturn our most deeply cherished religious or moral convictions. Part of the liberty of a Christian, as Ogden made clear in his critique of the ideology characteristic of so much of the liberation theology that he was in many ways otherwise sympathetic to, is to be freed from all positions in order to be free for all positions, thereby meaning to be at liberty to validate or invalidate critically each without favor or fear, so that ideally the true position may shine forth as clearly as the light in the darkness. This freedom for unstinted truth-telling that undergirds and thematizes the systematic theology of Ogden and the moral theory of Gamwell is provided explicit justification in Ogden's notebook entries concerning the stultifying character of rationalization in theological construction, whereby theology's ultimate criteria and norms are finally only reasoned from rather than also to. Such deconstructing of methodological rationalization is also wholly consistent with the several arguments that Gamwell advances for the necessity of relativizing the heteronymous appeals of authority to the autonomous ones of reason and experience. Indeed, inasmuch as they are characterized by methodological rationalization and special pleading, theology and ethics cannot possibly hope to become fully critical and thereby fulfill their proper service to the Christian witness of faith. And precisely because the works of both Ogden and Gamwell are, by precept and by example, paradigmatic of such fully critical reflection and autonomy, they serve as a much-needed counter to such rationalization and special pleading, and are thus liberating for theology and ethics. It is now my honor, my distinct honor, to introduce the newly installed Leighton K. Farrell Endowed Dean of the Perkins School of Theology. A 1992 PhD graduate in systematic theology from the GPRS, the Reverend Dr. Brian Stone has the distinction of being one of Schubert Ogden's last doctoral students. Dean Stone comes to us after a 27-year tenure at Boston University School of Theology, where he served as the E. Stanley Jones Professor of Evangelism, and for the last 15 years, the Associate Dean of Academic Affairs. Among his varied accomplishments at BU were his co-founding of the Center for Practical Theology and his pivotal role in establishing several online and hybrid programs, dual degrees, certificates, and denominational houses of study. Author of 10 books and numerous articles, Dean Stone is also an accomplished scholar whose research spans evangelism and congregational development, philosophical theology, Wesleyan theology, theology in film, and theology and culture more generally. We are therefore both delighted and grateful that Dean Stone has agreed to take an active part in the proceedings of this conference, and we now invite him to say a few words of welcome and introduction. Dean Stone.
It is my delight to welcome you here on behalf of Perkins School of Theology and Southern Methodist University. I'm glad you're here to reflect on and build on the incredible legacy of Schubert Ogden and Chris Gamwell. It's not uncommon to hear students of Schubert Ogden say that he not only taught them theology, but how to think. Some of them even go so far as to say that has even shaped the way they talk. Any of you ever heard Schubert Ogden speak? Or you've read his writings, you know what I'm talking about. The long, winding sentences, every claim hedged and counter-hedged, and with a proliferation of distinctions so that each sentence becomes an exemplification of Ogden's full theological method. I think that's a lot of nonsense, and I have no idea what they're talking about. So permit me to welcome you, which is to say not only that I enact explicitly the performative utterance of welcome, but also implicitly to recognize that in doing so, I situate myself simultaneously as both the welcomer and the welcomed. Insofar as one cannot extend hospitality without simultaneously receiving it, and in the case of this conference, to be welcomed not only by your presence, but also by the shared seriousness of the undertaking that has brought us together. For in this gathering, the roles of welcomer and welcomed are never entirely distinct, Each of us in coming extends hospitality to the other, and each of us in receiving is already a host. My existence as a welcomer then is constituted intrinsically by the fact that I address you from this podium, and I could not indeed welcome any of you without so doing. But it is also true that your very presence, whether eager or accidental, constitutes the tacit acknowledgement that my welcome remarks, however long, will be tolerated at least until the next speaker. Don't forget about it. Look, welcome. This goes on another couple paragraphs. We are thrilled to have you here today, and I'm especially thankful to Alex and to Theo for brainstorming this child, and especially for Anthony and Michelle for all the hard work that you all have put into this conference. I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm so glad that Perkins School of Theology and Southern Methodist University can be home for you for the next days, or for the next day. For this day. Let's just do it one day. Welcome. I'm not going to say more. I have a couple of other opportunities to speak, and I will turn it over next to the next guest. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Stone. What a breath of fresh air in this musky academic world. Phil, I thought you said you promised you would be on your best behavior, but apparently that's not going to happen. Thank you again, Dean Stone. Our keynote speaker this morning is the Reverend Dr. Philip E. Devenish, who has insisted that I simply call him Phil for the duration of the conference, in part because he served as my mentor when I was an MDiv student and he was the coordinator of ministry studies at the University of Chicago Divinity School. I felt obliged to accede to his request, but as Phoebe knows, more importantly, I will never hear the end of it if I don't address him in such an informal manner. Before beginning a career in ministry and education that took him to congregational pulpits in Maine and Missouri, and to teaching positions at prestigious universities such as Notre Dame and Chicago, Phil graduated in 1977 from the GPRS with a doctorate in systematic theology. Now, somewhere in the Drew University archives that houses one of his special collections, Schubert Ogden remarks that there were only 2 students who wrote to him expressing their desire to study with him as a result of a transformative or illuminating experience upon reading something that he wrote. One was Chris Gamwell, and the other was Phil Devenish. Since then, I can say with confidence that no one has devoted more time and study to the works of Ogden than Phil. And the fact that Ogden not only appointed Phil as co-editor of his Notebooks project, which we will hear more of a little later in the program, but also named him as his literary executor, confirms that judgment. When one also considers that Phil was a colleague of Gamwell's for 7 years at Chicago, critically commented upon and helped edit almost all of his books before they went to print, and kept up a lively correspondence with Chris until his death a few years ago, there's simply no one in the world more qualified or equipped to deliver this conference's keynote address than he. The title of Phil's keynote is Christ and Conscience, the Christian Theology and Ethics of Liberation of Schubert M. Ogden and Franklin I. Gamwell. And we are also blessed to have one of Phil's best students at Notre Dame and one of the relatively few theologians upon whose historical judgments I have come to thoroughly rely, the Reverend Dr. John W. Riggs, retired professor of historical theology and church history at Eden Theological Seminary, offer the response. But first, Phil.
Good morning. We live in a small town in Maine, and I have no opportunity to wear this wonderful hat there, so I was determined to bring it. Many of us will recall the first time we saw a photo of planet Earth from space. I want to try to bring into focus such a big picture of the life's work of Schubert Ogden and Chris Gamwell this morning, and to ask how this contributes to liberating theology and ethics for the common good. I'll expect my colleagues to fill in its finer topographic features later in the day. Stephen Kahlberg summarizes Max Weber's analysis of why our world faces the problems it does today in these words. Without the cultivation of a conscience in the normal socialization of children, all ethical demands of them as adults are destined to fall on deaf ears. In his Pedagogy of the Oppressed, Paulo Freire developed his program of conscientização, Brazilian Portuguese, to address this same basic problem among the poor of South America. I'll argue that both by liberating Christ and conscience from their traditional fetters, Ogden and Gamwell have jointly provided the conceptual resources needed to liberate theology and ethics for the common good in basic ways that even more adequately address Weber's and Freire's common concern. Christ. First, Christ. By this, Ogden and following Ogden, Gamwell, also means the reality witnessed to by those people whom we have the best reason to think actually met Jesus of Nazareth during his life. This simple and also radically simplifying insight is the end result of centuries of historical critical scholarship on the New Testament and other early Christian literature. It's based first on recognizing that, according to our text, whenever people spoke of Jesus, they did so not to describe, but rather to proclaim him or witness to his meaning for themselves and others. All our texts are, in the Greek term, kerygma, witness or proclamation. Then, too, they took this meaning to concern the existential moral character and the ultimate standard of value of all human life. They interpreted this existential historical Jesus as decisive for human existence. Encountering him involved a life-changing risk, as much a challenge as also a comfort, a turnabout or about-face for one's life, an either-or that was precisely a liberation from an old life as they knew it in an old world, under the ultimate value standards of an old God, for a new life as they now came to know it in their new world, as shaped decisively by the standards of a God of love. It was a life of eschatological existence, now under the reign of a better God. Based on the different ways in which our texts show how people interpreted Jesus, the New Testament scholar Willy Marxsen identifies the literary form of a Jesus kerygma in which people witnessed simply to Jesus, in order to distinguish this both from what he terms the Christ kerygma and Jesus Christ kerygma, in which they interpreted him by means of explicit titles and then composite gospel narratives. In other words, while everyone who spoke or wrote of Jesus did so by witnessing to his existential moral meaning, those who actually met him simply witnessed to the person Jesus. They proclaimed him. This basic point has both ethical and critical and constructive implications for Christian witness and theology. Negatively, and with only partial exceptions, both traditional and even most modern liberal Christianity have failed consistently to follow this radically simple lead of the earliest apostolic witness. Rather than solely asking and answer the question of the meaning of this existential historical Jesus for us, it has addressed that of the metaphysical or psychological constitution of Jesus in himself. However, for those who met him, this was not the point of Christology. Theology has asked and thus tried to answer the wrong question. Positively, by addressing the right question, namely that of the point and significance of those first actual encounters with Jesus, Ogden has followed Markson in opening up the possibility of a new reformation of Christian theology and ethics. I will call this the correlation of Christ and conscience. However, before I go into this, I do want to fill in at least a bit more about both the style and content of the Jesus kerygma, since we have already moved pretty far and pretty fast. First, its language. For the most part, the Jesus kerygma is cast in the metaphoric language of aphorism and parable. Metaphor forces a hearer to interpret its meaning for oneself. Some will be first and others will be last. But who is which? Is the question of the parable of the Samaritan, who is my neighbor, or what does it mean for me to be a neighbor? The parable doesn't say, and it doesn't mean to say. Second, the logic of the Jesus kerygma. Aphorism and parable alike presuppose that their hearer can already understand what they say, if only they will. Those who have ears to hear, let them hear. In sum, to whatever extent the concepts of the Jesus kerygma are new, its substance is not. This is shared by author and audience alike. Indeed, Freire explicitly confirms this for work among even the most wretched of the earth. One must problematize their situation so that they can free themselves from their false consciousness. This coincidence of language and logic in the Jesus kerygma erases the very distinction of natural and supernatural truths. Evidently, these truths are already given with human existence itself. Nothing, I venture, could be more basic to the liberation of Christian theology than this. Just as basic is the content of the language of the Jesus kerygma. It speaks in terms of the inner-outer character of human life. A tree is known by its fruit. And there is all the difference in the world between what goes in and what comes out. This is also the basic human dynamic of motive and performance, of intention and action, of doing the right thing yet also for the right reason, in the language of later theology, of faith and works. Indeed, even when in other early passages Jesus is understood in explicitly apocalyptic terms, his meaning is interpreted in precisely existential moral fashion. Even to speak of him as casting out demons by the finger of God, so mythologically, is only a way of asking which form of existential moral ultimacy does Jesus stand for, the false one of Beelzebul or the true one of God? What will you take Jesus to mean for yourself now? No doubt the objectifying language of myth, which characterizes so much of the New Testament as a whole, does call for its demythologizing. But the metaphors and parables of the Jesus kerygma do not, because they are not mythological in the first place. In sum, what the Jesus kerygma presents is precisely Ogden's Christ without myth. What does following strictly and consistently the lead of the Jesus kerygma mean for Ogden's conception of doing theology, both as to method and to content? As to method, since everyone who later meant to hand over to others the Jesus who had been handed on to them, the earliest apostolic witness of the Jesus kerygma constitutes the true criterion of whether they have done so in hermeneutically accurate fashion. Thus, the true canon for the appropriateness of what is genuinely Christian is neither Roman Catholic tradition nor Protestant scripture, whether Bible or New Testament, nor Orthodox liturgy, nor even any historical Jesus in the conventional sense. It is the witness of the apostles in the Jesus kerygma. Since the Jesus kerygma assumes that its hearers must already at least implicitly understand its claims to existential moral truth in order to accept them, it proceeds by making their meaning explicit. Revelation is therefore representation of what is, because it must be already somehow present. Since the criterion whereby one accepts or rejects such an existential moral representation as valid can only be what is already present, it also serves as the test of its truth. And since the claim to representation of the Jesus kerygma is a universal one, this test can only be that of its congruence with common, general human experience in its existential moral sense. Only in this way can one show, rather than merely assume, that Christianity is true religion. If properly, Christian revelation is understood not to constitute, but rather to represent the evidence for its truth. The criterion of its hermeneutical appropriateness is logically independent from that of its alethic credibility. In other words, its being Christian does not make it true. These two criteria are logically independent of each other. As to content, since the point of Christology, as expressed in the canonical Jesus kerygma, is the claim that the person Jesus, in his meaning for others, is decisive for human existence, interest in the person of Jesus in himself is inappropriate and therefore also unnecessary. Thus, the incarnational exceptionalism of the overwhelming majority report of conventional Christian theology does not even enter the picture. This cuts the Gordian knot of Christian exclusivism at a stroke. Thus, Christian theology for Ogden concerns precisely and also only what, in his dialogue with reason, the pre-Christian Augustine said he wanted to know, namely, God and the soul, nothing more and nothing less. For Ogden, this is the God of pure, unbounded love and the soul of conscience. God. We are now free to turn to Ogden and Gamwell's understanding of God. Both presuppose the claim of the great tradition of Christian theology of witness, that God is to be understood as, in the symbolic terms of Charles Wesley's hymn, pure, unbounded love. At the same time, both have sought, following in particular the chiefly religious insights of Alfred North Whitehead and their conceptual clarification by Charles Hartshorne, to liberate its traditional theology of reflection from various confusions and inconsistencies in order to liberate it for successfully redeeming its claim. It is rare indeed to find in either the great tradition of Christian theology or that of philosophical theology an even reasonably sophisticated and consistent understanding of God in these terms. Thus, God is understood, one, as exercising a monopoly of agency, hence of power. I'll call this the shadow of Aristotle, of Jehovah, of Allah. 2, whose character is expressed in legal terms involving force backed by fear of at least the threat of punishment, the shadow of Moses. And 3, as generally unintelligible in literal terms, the shadow of Platonism. Omnipotence, legalism, and dualism in these senses comprise the overwhelming majority report on God. Ogden's and Gamwell's liberation from this view of God consists in liberation for a view in which God is presented alternatively, 1, as acting by way of non-determining influence rather than of determining control, of persuasion rather than coercion, 2, not in terms of law backed by force, but of gospel backed by care and encouragement as the perfect love that casts out fear. And 3, as generally intelligible not only symbolically but also literally in terms that have unambiguous meaning. It is in this fashion that I will claim that they have both pursued and carried through with unparalleled rigor a theology of reflection of the better God of the Jesus Kerygma, of our Father in heaven, who, by making his sun shine on the evil and on the good, and sending rain on the righteous and unrighteous, is perfect in that divine fashion which we are to live out in our own creaturely one. I will leave it to later speakers further to articulate and to assess Ogden and Gamwell's doctrine of God. The soul of conscience. I now want explicitly to propose that the Christian witness of faith, in which the point of the Jesus Kerygma comes to appropriate expression, functions precisely as an appeal to conscience for its existential moral vindication. This is that domain of human life in and for which it operates. If this is the case, it may well seem strange that both Ogden and Gamwell hardly ever speak in terms of conscience at all. The reason for this, I imagine, is that although conscience plays a central, if typically unanalyzed role in almost all Western theology and ethics, it is virtually always presented as a feature of the moral life precisely under the false shadow of a God of law backed by force. And it has become increasingly clear that this cannot lead to either Christian or human freedom. Thus, when conscience is understood in terms of obedience to such a false moral standard, one rightly rejects this and simply moves on, whether to atheistic rejections of such a God and to resulting forms of projectionism, some psychological, some sociological, but still typically with the same legalistic character, or perhaps to an ideal spectator theory, such as that of Adam Smith. In any case, the conceptual resources of the great theological and philosophical tradition do not bode well for understanding Christ in terms of conscience. Here is yet another explanation of why conscience has dropped out of favor more generally. Let us take a cue from William James that the actual self has both a spiritual nucleus and also what I will term a societal character. That is, we assess ourselves morally not only according to what we take to be an ultimate or spiritual standard of value, closely aligned to our motives, but also by the penultimate or societal standards of what we believe others have a right to think of us on the basis of our performance. In other words, we employ both genuinely moral norms and merely consuetudinary conventions in our assessment of ourselves. I suggest it is not too much to propose that traditional interpretations of conscience have, in fact, substituted a merely societal conception of ethics as a whole for its distinctively spiritual aspect, thereby serving the creature rather than the creator, rather with disastrous results. But let us return to that early interpreter of Jesus whom we have just quoted, namely the Apostle Paul. Paul makes a point of claiming that he presents his gospel before everyone's conscience in the sight of God. That is, in my terms, by correlating Christ and conscience. In this, I think, and Ogden and Gamwell also think, that Paul was exactly right. So what would conscience look like coram Deo, in the presence of God, but now in the presence not of an ultimate moral standard of force and law, but rather in that of pure unbounded love, as not only Christian theology, but any true philosophy of religion should conceive it? For this, we have three basic sources to draw on to answer this question. The first is introspection, or in technical terms, phenomenology. What does conscience seem like to me and also to you? The second is analysis of presuppositions. What is conscience given not only how everything is, but how everything must be, or in technical terms, metaphysics? The third is history. What have other people, religious and non-religious, said about conscience? What follows is my answer to these questions: a phenomenology of conscience, informed in particular by our two metaphysical historians, Ogden and Gamwell, and then as subject to correlation with the Christ of the Jesus Kerygma. Conscience, I will say, is another word for self. I do not have, but rather am a conscience. All my experience is or implies existential moral experience, as both Ogden and Gamwell argue, I believe effectively. So here is my definition of conscience. I discover that in all moments of my fragmentary, ever-accumulating experience, I am implicitly aware of both myself, others, and the whole of which I am a part. However, in certain of these moments, I become more explicitly aware of what I will describe as the impact of a given togetherness of the objective reality of the whole. This I receive and interpret as the care and encouragement I find it provides to me. I have come to regard this as the ultimate standard of value by which I assess the authenticity of my motives and also my enactment of them, as well as their morality in relation to others, both individually and in their various groupings. I'm not saying that these are separate things. They are not concrete parts, but rather abstract aspects of my experience, as it seems to me to occur in a single specious present. This is what the complex experience of conscience seems like to me. In other words, conscience is concrete and momentary self-creation. It is directed toward the impact of a particular objective ideal that is immediately, if only implicitly given to it, as the self more or less explicitly bequeaths this ideal to itself, and as it assesses the congruity of its own actual past, as well as its own potential future enactment of it, in relation to this impact. I have mentioned impact twice, and this, I believe, is the key to conscience. The impact is the care and encouragement of pure, unbounded love. This is what I mean, what I think Ogden and Gamwell would well mean, what I think both secular philosophers and proponents of other religions should mean, and what I think would serve a Christian theology of reflection to mean in correlating conscience with the Christ of the Jesus Kerygma. This is conscience. Conscientiousness, in contrast, refers to the measure of success in the self's pursuit of the existential moral authenticity that conscience commends. Conscientiousness, therefore, has two proper meanings, both of which we acknowledge in how we use the word in our everyday language. First, as the descriptive word for the relative degree of success of the self with respect to adapting itself to the true environment and standard given to it in its activity over time. He seems to be a more or less conscientious individual. Second, as the valorizing word for such absolute success as one may have in this same respects. I do want to be conscientious, but I know I'm not. The former relative usage applies to the temporally extended, less than fully concrete individual, the latter absolute one to the fully concrete self of the specious present. For myself, I am quite certain that as an individual over time, I am only more or less relatively conscientious. That any individual could always be absolutely conscientious seems impossible, as I will explain shortly. Again, for myself, I am far less certain about whether I have ever been absolutely so at any given moment. And that anyone either is or even could be certain of this seems to me unknowable. In any case, it is clear that what faith properly means for Christian witness and theology, whether in the sense solely of genuinely authentic trust in God on the one hand, or of such trust and also of such good works as stem from it on the other, is precisely such absolute, albeit momentary, conscientiousness. This is existential moral authenticity as the real deal. Because of our fragmentariness, I do not see how there can be any full or infallible certitude of faith. The best one can do is to take one's own most self-critical assessments of the relative congruity of one's past existential moral motivation and performance as the touchstone for one's future intentions and actions. This is the valid meaning of being morally certain, and as the best one can do, it is precisely good enough for God and for anyone else. It is also, as I understand it, what is properly meant by the internal testimony of the Holy Spirit. It is the witness of a clear conscience. Now we come to those moments when one is encountered, let us say, by genuine Christian witness, called to follow Christ. This is especially relevant for most of us here today. Presumably, such special moments of revelation occur in the lives of people of other religions as well. Of course, their content is different, but is not their form the same? And even thoroughly secular people are constantly encountering claims to what really matters in life, to its ultimate meaning and purpose. It is important to recognize that there is a difference of the first order between such special moments as these and the innumerable other moments of quite ordinary life. Also, the very self is episodic. It comes and goes. We are distracted. We daydream. We sleep. Or we experience dental pain that obliterates awareness of anything but itself. There are very many, probably most moments in which the interpretive aspect of conscience and conscientiousness simply plays no role for the Christian or anyone else. In any case, there is for everyone the key difference between a good conscience and a bad one. This aspect of existential moral assessment is universal. Thus, as we see, the common human experience of conscience and conscientiousness is as varied within each person as it is among all people. Common means a shared structure that is a constant, as well as a shared content, which is a variable. As we know, and more so today than ever, any notion of conscience and conscientiousness as features of common human experience is widely suspect, or perhaps even simply dismissed on the basis of a variety of relativizing considerations such as culture, race, or identity. But note, as I have presented it here, the self of conscience is a topic not only for psychology, but also for neurology. Babies are not yet conscientious selves, nor, it seems, are the pharmacologically, pathologically, and genetically severely impaired, to mention only such truly incontestable examples. We should remember that the Jesus kerygma was not addressed to babies or to such people. Contemporary interpretations of even so-called demonic healings in the New Testament only further confirm this. Nor need there be anything either explicitly Christian or even theistic about a claim to the universality of conscience. Max Weber held to it, as did Paulo Freire. I even venture to propose that such universality can be demonstrated by the type of elenctic cross-examination in which Socrates, and in his own way, in which Jesus engaged. In other words, human beings in the sense relevant here are, because they must be, selves of conscience, of the sort and in the sense that I've described. As the distinctively cultural and historical beings that we are, not only do we live our lives, we must also, in the more emphatic sense, lead them. And in the nature of the case, such leading involves not only the societal or penultimate judgments of how we suppose others value us, but also those judgments that we make in that spiritual nucleus of the self as we judge ourselves by what we each take to be the ultimate standard of such judgment. Ogden has claimed that we live our lives with an original confidence in the ultimate meaning and worth of life. In this sense, a basic faith in the reality of that ultimate standard of value on which conscience relies. On the one hand, we can actually experience this. We can sense that life matters, that it is important. This is a matter of introspection and autobiographical evidence, of fact. At the same time, as Ogden has also argued, without serious refutation, so far as I'm aware, even to deny this in words or to try to deny it in action is both to assume it in praxis and to presuppose it in theory. We must take for granted that it matters ultimately to say that nothing ultimately matters. In short, such basic faith is a matter of both pragmatic and conceptual necessity. Here, introspection, or phenomenology, and analysis of presuppositions, or metaphysics, coincide. We do live by basic faith because we cannot not live by it. Nihilism is nonsense, and the relativism that fails to attribute the sort of transmoral conscience we've described to all distinctively human beings is simply confused. Not only Christian witness and theology, but also all religious and philosophical ethics should be freed from such denials, as well as from the typically inadequate notions of conscience that so often accompany them. Moreover, all can be freed for a more adequate notion based on conceiving the ultimate standard of value as pure, unbounded love, even as the Jesus character expresses this as God. As it turns out, the false and idolatrous shadows of traditional theism have infected not only the vocabulary, but also the entire language game of at least Western ethics as a whole, Christian and philosophical alike. What is given through conscience is then understood not as gift and expectation, but also as demand for obedience, accompanied by a sense of duty and its obligations, motivated by way of non-moral benefits and burdens or rewards. On the one hand, these may be issued and enforced by the judicial verdict of God. On the other hand, an equivalent logic is either attributed in idealistic fashion to the moral law or reduced to the way things empirically are. Either way, this is the wrong conceptual grid and the wrong paradigm for a valid ethics of any stripe. I have called upon Weber and Freire as witnesses to the need for a universalizing conception of conscience, such as I've outlined here. Weber's unified personality and Freire's full humanization represent a goal they share with Ogden and Gamwell, even if I judge they don't provide this as well. Gamwell's proposal of an ethics based on the God of pure unbounded love offers a far richer resource for achieving this. In short, Freire's pedagogy for critical consciousness, understood in a Marxist fashion, needs to be understood as the conscientization of critical existential moral experience. Only a socialization of this sort, not only of children, as Weber calls for, but also of the oppressed, as Freire does, can prevent all ethical demands of them as adults from falling on deaf ears. Ethics oriented to Jesus. For all this, we must face up squarely to the question whether or to what extent an ethics oriented to Jesus, as Marxon calls it, with its direct appeal to conscience, is capable of addressing at all adequately the complex social, political, and technological issues that both we in the Northern Hemisphere and those in the increasing globalized South all face in our very different ways today. Is such an ethics oriented to Jesus simply either merely personal, even if certainly not bourgeois, or perhaps just obsolete, even passé? So far from seeking to minimize it, I want explicitly to insist on the peculiar, even incomprehensible character of the Jesus ethic from the point of view of living under that old God, from whose old world people claimed Jesus to have freed them, and for life with his new God in this new God's new world. People living in that old world thought Jesus was simply crazy. And as we all know, some of them had him executed, for what they took him to mean for that old world. Ethics oriented to Jesus simply presupposes a different ultimate standard of value for its spiritual nucleus, and therefore for its penultimate societal norms as well. It proposes a dynamic of motive and enactment of faith and good works based on its new and better God of pure unbounded love. Different, yes. Also radically individualizing, but hardly individualistic. To those with ears of law strange, but with those of gospel ears to hear true. As I understand it, Gamwell has articulated an ethics that is not only appropriately Christian, but also credible as judged by both its ultimate standard of value of the God of pure unbounded love and its account of societal practices informed by this standard. Here is a summary account of Gamwell's highly articulated analysis of this whole matter, which I expect others will fill in later in the day. It presupposes and supplements my presentation of Ogden's thought thus far at every point. On Gamwell's view, the full reality of the moral life is best understood in terms of a comprehensively teleological ethics. Its point is to serve in the best ways possible the inclusive goal, or telos, of contributing maximally to that concrete togetherness which he interprets as the ongoing and also everlasting divine life. This provides that ultimate standard of value, which properly determines what it means to do the right thing for the right reason. It also relativizes entirely, if it does not obviate, any felt need for subjective immortality by crediting the objective immortality of our present lives, live here and now, and also forever to the glory of God. That is, for the divine good, which Gamwell takes to comprise the good of all whom God loves, namely all, and each in relation to all others and to God. In other words, serve God in conscience, pursued through conscientiousness. Contribute your best to God as God has enabled you to do it. We are all fragmentary, creatures of a day. The indeterminate possibilities we face in each moment, and therefore also the even less determinable possibilities of the distant future, much more those of God's everlasting future, are wildly beyond the ken of our predicting. Ourselves are also episodic, and if we are not always duplicitous, we evidently do prove ourselves to be at least very frequently so. What then, as Lenin asked, what is to be done? We need more than just an ultimate goal and standard to answer this question. There are also, however, broad moral principles and then even more specific rules that can be deduced from the purpose of contributing maximally to the concrete divine togetherness. Such guidance is what the so-called deontological aspects of ethics are for, as well as laws that they inform. Gamwell provides a complex and multi-layered account of these. They supplement the comprehensive teleology from which they are derived, and they provide the kind of instruction we need to determine what sorts of individual actions and practices, and also socio-political policies, will best effect the overall purposes that lives of conscience seek to serve. Moreover, he argues that our lives most fully flourish through enacting such practices and policies over time in as relatively conscientious fashion as our momentary efforts at absolute conscientiousness make possible. This is what is meant by having an informed conscience. We are each to try as best we can to know the facts in their overall relevance, moral relevance to the matter at hand. And then we are to allow the valid and also derivative deontological principles and rules of ethics to guide us in understanding and deciding what to do. In short, we need not only pedagogy, but also policy. It is by means of such a multi-layered series of such principles and rules that we can best extend our grasp of societal obligations to individuals, to groups, and to larger institutional and political collectivities. Moreover, precisely insofar as we follow such principle and rule-based practices and policies, they will prove to promote and in turn be sustained by not only morally good personal habits and such virtues as may be understood to accompany these, but also the morally good societal practices that serve the divine, and thus the overall creaturely good in the long-term future. To have overcome in this way, and in such highly articulated fashion, what must seem to many an otherwise futile impasse between teleological and deontological ethics, both secular and religious, I suggest, is Gamwell's signal contribution to our overall understanding of the moral life. These are the bare bones of Gamwell's ethics of reflection, an ethics of liberation for the common good. Complex in its full articulation, its basic logic is very simple. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and soul and mind, that is, as absolutely and also as relatively conscientiously as possible, and your neighbor, that is, each and all of them, as societally embedded as they all are, as yourself, or in other words, as you are willing to acknowledge and able to imagine them to be. This is being perfect as your heavenly Father is perfect, and also the existential moral specification of that infinite qualitative difference which most basically informs the logic of a properly transcendental metaphysics. This is letting God do God's job of love, and love not mercy, since mercy is only the foregoing of justice, and of expecting us to do our jobs, which is that of specifically distributive justice. Moreover, since the pure unbounded love of grace precludes retribution, and since of grace there can be no scarcity, neither can there be for God our problem of distributing scarce goods. We must therefore be clear that God is not just, but rather righteous altogether. Justice applies to our role in its societal sense. God's specifically liberating role toward us as beings of conscience is to influence, perchance to persuade, that spiritual nucleus of the self to live both coram Deo, before God, and societally as authentically moral selves. Some takeaways. Fyodor Dostoevsky, in the Brothers Karamazov, epitomized the inclusive language of liberation through his story of the encounter between the Grand Inquisitor and Christ. Throughout the story, Jesus says not a word. The Inquisitor convicts himself with every word he says. The truth will out, and it does. The Inquisitor stands for the lies of miracle, mystery, and authority, each as we have presented them through their false forms in both Christian theology and secular philosophy. The Jesus of the Jesus Kerygma stands for overcoming these through demythologizing, demystifying, and de-ideologizing. Liberation from miracle is liberation from falsely claiming that a monopoly of agency, and thus the power to control everything completely, is what makes God God. God is not fate in theistic clothing, but pure unbounded love, the good shepherd, not a wolf. Demythologizing is liberation for authentic existential moral existence. Liberation from mystery is liberation from claiming that even if no one can say what it actually means, such a false and wrong understanding of God must be both true and good. And even if every genuinely moral person must also somehow suspect through conscience that it is idolatrous. Demystifying is liberation for realizing that ultimate reality is pure unbounded love, and for realizing that we can know precisely this about the inclusive concrete mystery enfolding our existence. Liberation from false authority is liberation from supposing that there is any other way of authorizing the truth that God is love than by appeal to conscience alone. De-ideologizing is liberation for the empowerment of true humanization that this brings. All three forms of liberation from also constitute liberation for not only specifically Christian faith and its witness, but for any and all other forms of faith and witness to what that ultimate reality of pure, unbounded love means for human life. This, I suggest, is the inclusive form of liberation for which both Weber and Freire have called, so that ethical demands may not fall on deaf ears, but rather lead to authentic humanization in our global world today. To conclude, I want finally to step back to focus on the truly biggest big picture. It is a good and worthy goal to liberate not only the Christian but also any other witness of faith, religious or philosophical, for the common good. Our job today is to determine what the work of Schubert Ogden and Chris Gamwell has to contribute to this task. But let us not forget this. It is ultimately ourselves and all human beings as selves of conscience who need to be liberated so as to liberate others. And for this great purpose, even the Christian witness of faith itself is but a skillful means, a treasure in earthen vessels. The wind bloweth where it listeth, but the divine spirit of pure unbounded love bloweth everywhere, from everlasting to everlasting, and on the conscience of every human being. Thank you.
Thank you to all the people who worked so hard to arrange the conference and to participate in it. I especially want to thank Professor Devenish for his careful and insightful opening keynote address, from which I learned a great deal. In responding to this opening address, I want first to summarize the main points of the keynote. Then, following Professor Devenish's lead that the work of Schubert Ogden and Chris Gamwell is both comprehensive and radical, I will take up Martin Luther's thought. And so the second section will address conscience and conscientiousness in Luther. The third section will address what Luther had right and what he had wrong, and more importantly, show how Ogden's approach can solve the problems noted in Luther's thought, but more by going to the root, right, radical, of the sense of the issue. Ogden's theology also solves the underlying millennial-old issue that both Erasmus and Luther inherited, and that occurred elsewhere in that century and the centuries that followed. So here are three key ideas from Professor Devenish's address, with a fourth as a summary of his summary. First, the word God properly refers to a reality that is necessarily related to all people and whose nature is strictly the non-determinative influence of valuing. The divine valuing and every person's necessary relationship to that divine valuing presence is a structural aspect of all human life. This is conscience. Second, the earliest New Testament kerygma that we have shows the encountered Jesus speaking in parables and metaphors from ordinary human life, brought to awareness. These parables and sayings bring to awareness that aspect of life, here named as conscience, which is always already present. In so doing, conscientiousness becomes realized by those who had ears to hear and used them. Farmers found treasures already in their land. Merchants found pearls already in the marketplace. Anglers found prized fish already beneath their nets, and their worlds were turned around. Third, to exist authentically in the world is to recognize that all people are valued by God, and thus to care conscientiously for their lives, and by so doing for the divine life. All structured public life, in fact, should take this reality as its telos. Thus, because each and every one of us necessarily stands before the God who makes it rain and shine on both the good and the bad, and we cannot do otherwise, we are called to organize our public world according to this one great fact. And so forth, the scholarly work by Schubert, Ogden, and Chris Gamwell liberates us from the claim that God rules by force and the threat of punishment. And this liberates us for the authenticity of existential moral existence. Their work also liberates us from all other false claims about the divine, so that while life is lived as part of the whole that is utterly valued by God, that this life may seem mostly mysterious to us, we are liberated for the realization that in the most important sense, God is not mysterious. No spooky or mysterious or holy thing, but pure, unbounded love. And finally, the work by Ogden and Gamwell liberates us from false claims to inherent external authorities and liberates us for true appeals to conscience and reason, and so allows us to become fully human by helping us live lives fully liberated for all God's people and thus creation itself. At this point, I want to turn to Martin Luther in order to illustrate how Ogden's theology allows us to see clearly a crucially valid point in Reformation theology, as put forth by the young Luther in the Heidelberg Disputation, 1518. In the next section, 3, beginning again with the Heidelberg Disputation, we will see how Ogden's theology can address and resolve problems in Luther's theology, most particularly with his material view of God. As early as the Heidelberg Disputation, Luther raised the basic twofold question of the proper task of the theologian and the proper material from which a theologian ought to work. There, Luther contrasts a theology of glory that looks at God through God's works with a theology of the cross that looks at God revealed through the cross. In his well-known book on Luther's theology of the cross, Walter von Lovenich notes that in the Heidelberg Disputation, Luther uses the word works in two ways. In one sense, works means the works of God that one sees by looking outward at creation, from which eventually develops a wrong theology with its metaphysics and a false church. But in another sense, works also means the spiritually destructive human works that such a theology and church had fostered in the spiritual life of the late medieval Christian. By marked contrast to this theology of glory, Luther argued that the real theology is theology of the cross. And here the material for the theologian is the divine revelation through the cross. The task of the theologian is to stand before that judgment of grace by God. When standing before the cross, with her conscience addressed by the divine judgment of forgiveness upon herself and all creation, the theologian develops a true theology. Now, furthermore, to stand before the presence of God revealed through the cross turns out to be, for Luther, also what it fundamentally means to be a person. Gerhard Ebling's 1964 Introduction to Luther's Theology takes up Luther's concept of person. Ebling carefully shows that what Luther meant by being a person is to stand coram Deo, to stand before God, to stand before the personal presence of the God who speaks the word of grace to everyone. Here quoting Ebling, this coram relationship in which a person, Mensch, this coram relationship in which a person always finds themselves is where indeed a person actually does find themselves. Without it, the person would not be a person at all. As Ebling makes clear, for Luther, standing before anyone, including God, becomes an existential event only when such standing is recognized, even though the formal structure already exists. In Luther's typical quip, As he says, to be married and to recognize married life are entirely different. Let me extend Ebling's argument. For Luther, the atonement that was won on the cross, while occurring at a particular time and place, expressed God's eternal love for us. And thus, from the standpoint of God's plan for humankind, God planned this reconciling activity for all time. And so the activity transcends time, however much it happened within time. And so standing coram Deo, standing before God, not only describes who a person is now, after the cross, but also what it has meant to be a person from the very beginning. Quote, from the beginning to the end of the world, says Luther, standing before the word of grace and having our conscience addressed is the constitutive feature of being a person. So 3. At this point, I want to briefly analyze Luther's theology by way of the keynote address. First, for Luther, the coram relationship describes what it means to be a person. From the beginning to the end of the world, every person always stands before the God of grace. Following the keynote, we can rightly call this conscience. Luther had this right. Second, this always present aspect of being human becomes fully real, really real to a person when and every time that person realizes that they stand coram Deo. Following the keynote, we can rightly call this conscientiousness. Luther also had this right. The Christian is perfectly free Lord over all and subject to none, and at the same time, the Christian is the perfectly dutiful servant of all, subject to all. But third, Ogden's theology also shows what Luther had wrong. For example, Ogden's representational Christology, a radical stance in Christology that Professor Devenish discussed, corrects Luther's traditional Christology of the person of and work of Christ, along with the idea that God somehow needed to apply the benefits of Christ's work retrospectively. Somehow Ronner's supernatural existential always comes to mind. I'm looking for Professor Taylor. Since this material would take some time to develop on Christology and may be covered in the next section, I want to focus on another problem Luther's thought that I take to be more serious. Luther's view on conscience and conscientiousness, I've argued, proved to be true. But they proved to be only formally and not materially true when we ask the question, who is truly the God before whom one stands in the coram relationship named above? So let me say we're about to enter the world of free will and grace, including Luther's 1525, The Bondage of the Will. The vast and complex literature about this treatise and Luther's debate with Erasmus can be daunting to navigate, I know. But if we start historically, I think we can gain purchase on the fundamental problem. In the same 1518 Heidelberg Disputation, from which we saw Luther's view on standing coram Deo, where Luther rightly sees both conscience and conscientiousness, Luther has his well-known section 13. There he replies strongly to the Occamist idea that a person can enter a state of grace and embark upon the pilgrimage back to heaven by doing the best that they could do. Facere quod in se es was his phrase. Luther argues that claim. He argues against that claim when he says, section 13, free will after the fall exists in name only. As long as it does what it is able to do, it commits a mortal sin. For Luther, the Occamist position was Pelagianism, since our efforts initiate our salvation. Only 2 years later, Luther remarks that section 13 spoke too weakly. And he says, quote, as the article of Wycliffe, condemned at Constance, correctly teaches, everything takes place by absolute necessity. Essentially, we can say that Luther and Erasmus inherited a long-standing debate about free will and grace, beginning with Pelagius and Augustine, continuing into the medieval period, in which Erasmus represented a position like that of William of Ockham or Gabriel Biel. Luther represented a position similar to that of Gregory of Rimini, whom he adored. The problem later engages the 16th century Spanish Roman Catholic scholastics, Domingo Bañez and Luis de Molina. And after that, the problem evoked the Reform debate between Jacob Arminius and the Synod of Dort, which I will remind us were not a debate between Arminians and Calvinists, but a debate between the proper interpretation of Calvin between two Calvinists. And it indirectly informs the Reformed scholastic debate about supralapsarianism and infralapsarianism. Interesting issue. The basic issue concerns the question of how is faith initiated? Who takes the first step, the so-called initium fidei? How can we take the first step since we live utterly in sin, and saving ourselves by our own first effort would be Pelagianism? So see Luther's Heidelberg Disputation number 13. But if God must intervene by all-controlling power from before the fall, see Luther's The Bondage of the Will, in such Augustinian supralapsarianism, what becomes of faith as our faith? And how can this all-controlling God be good, since not all people come to faith? Ogden's theology goes to the root issue. Divine power is necessarily and only the influence of love. On this view, God always has and always will take the first step by necessarily relating to all people at every moment as the one who values them. No Pelagianism here. This divine love, which is not an all-controlling force, but works through influence that can evoke our faith, which is always our act, there's no Augustinian predestination here. In short, Ogden's theology, to which Gamwell also subscribes, can address and solve the basic problem in the entire history of free will and grace controversy, from before and into Erasmus and Luther, as well as after Erasmus and Luther. God makes the grand design, Gamwell's phrase. God makes the grand design within which whatever else there is, or ever can be, is really possible and ultimately meaningful. Grace. We humans, in part, determine the concrete details of what actually happens, and thus happens to God, as we face our conscience and embody conscientiousness, free will. It is just pure unbounded love that evokes gratitude and responsibility. Thank you.
The topic of the first session is Schubert Ogden's Achievement in Faith and Freedom and the Point of Christology, a revisionary reconstruction of liberation theology. We are very pleased to have as our session speaker Dr. Mark Lloyd Taylor, a 1982 PhD graduate in systematic theology of the GPRS, and a professor emeritus of theology, worship, and preaching at Seattle University. Among his published works are God is Love, a study in the theology of Karl Rahner, and So Fill Our Imaginations, the work and play of a year of preaching. The title of Dr. Taylor's paper today is Schubert Ogden's Achievement in Faith and Freedom and the Point of Christology, a revisionary pre-construction toward liberation theology. Responses to this paper will be given by Perkins School of Theology's Dr. Karen Baker Fletcher, Professor of Systematic Theology, and Dr. Theodore Walker, Jr., Associate Professor of Ethics and Society. Once the responses have been given, the speaker and the respondents will come down to the panelists' table to engage in conversation. after which we will open up the discussion to the audience for questions and brief comments. And so, without further ado, Dr. Taylor.
Thank you all so much. Wow. Schubert Ogden's achievement in faith and freedom and the point of Christology. Any ideas? But what sort of talk is this, really? It's not for a Festschrift, although it does look back at two specific books of Ogden's, because today we will also be reaching forward to what we might do with his achievement and that of Franklin Gamwell's in the future for a wider good, for the common good. Nor is this the occasion for me to launch a memoir of my theological journey from graduate school through academic career of teaching, scholarship, and service to the new rhythms and different priorities of retirement. No, it's just that I can't introduce and reintroduce and exposit something of Ogden's theology to you and for you without acknowledging how his has contributed to mine. And please, let's hope this gathering is not just a 30 or 50-year class reunion. Although it does bring together folk from several cohorts of Ogden students in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, which is why I'm so interested in hearing from you theologians of the class of 2026, Christopher, and 2015 and 2001, new and next generations with your own convictions and questions, social locations and resources different from mine, maybe too different takes on Ogden and Gamwell. Here's what I most want to say in this talk. Schubert Ogden's achievement in these two books is nothing more or less than a contribution, not a monument to himself or his work as an individual, but a contribution to the work of others, a contribution toward a theology of liberation, not the once and for all liberation theology or even a fully constructed liberation theology, rather the groundworks for a more adequate theology of liberation that others might build upon foundational resources Ogden offers. Revisionary, Ogden's word, a pre-construction, my word, a revisionary pre-construction toward liberation theology. I was Schubert Ogden's student here from 1977 to 1982, except for the year I spent in Germany with Karl Rahner doing the research for my dissertation, thanks in large part to Schubert's encouragement and recommendation. Schubert happened to be my doctoral advisor the same years he was writing Faith and Freedom and the Point of Christology. I was drawn to study with him, however, because of his early work, Christ Without Myth, having just completed my master's thesis on Bultmann and Heidegger and their understandings of time and the meaning of history. Of course, Schubert's reputation as a leading process theologian, with his book, The Reality of God, also preceded him mightily. Schubert became my mentor. His theology was everywhere around me. But I never felt forced to please Schubert by talking or writing about his theology directly. Instead, he seemed most pleased that I was growing into my own theology, which underscores for me the consistency between the content of Schubert's theology, especially his view of God, and his praxis as a teacher and a theologian. The following sentence from one of the books before us epitomizes the beating heart of what Ogden's theology contributed to me over those years, and what I then took into my own writing and teaching and lay preaching and action in the world. Quote from Ogden: "We are continually presented in every moment of our lives with the gift and demand of utterly trusting in God's love as the only ultimate ground of our own being and meaning, as well as the meaning and being of everything else, and of being utterly loyal to this same love as the only cause inclusive enough in its concern for the fulfillment of all things, to claim all our love and service, end quote. Along with two other convictions implicit in this sentence that Ogden makes abundantly explicit elsewhere. The cause that claims our love and service for all includes the emancipation of human beings from political, economic, cultural, racial, and sexual bondage. And the God who gifts and demands such emancipation is best symbolized as pure unbounded love, in the words of Charles Wesley's hymn. I can't say Ogden's theology led directly to my books and articles, but his revisionary pre-construction certainly did accompany me in this scholarship. From Rahner and the Love of God through feminist readings of Melville and Kierkegaard and worship as countercultural formation to the new field of child theology, made space for me and gave permission to move forward. His achievement also accompanied my invitation for other voices to join me in my classrooms. Ecofeminist theologian Sally McFaig, medieval spiritual writers Catherine of Siena and Marjorie Kemp, Alice Walker's The Color Purple, and Dolores Williams' book on the Hagar story, Sisters in the Wilderness. Groundworks like Ogden's may become apparent only indirectly as they support the building above. Because the theology of childhood may be less familiar to you, and because teaching godly play to children has been the single most formative resource for my own theologizing these past 15 years or so, and because this practice strikes me too as utterly consistent with Ogden's view of God, let me say just a bit more. With godly play, Episcopal priest and Montessori educator Jerome Berryman has created a curriculum more like group spiritual direction for children than traditional Sunday school. Godly play honors the full humanity of children, assumes children already possess spiritual depth and legitimate theological insight of their own. According to Berryman, godly play seeks to provide a safe and boundaried, but also rich and challenging place for children to discover their own authentic experience of God, and gradually, with assistance, quote, to learn the art of how to identify this experience and express, refine, name, value, and wonder about it in the most appropriate language and action, end quote. The shape of an ideal godly play session mirrors the classic ordo of Christian Eucharistic worship: gathering, word, meal, and sending. A drama in 4 acts, the 4 movements of a symphony. Children and an adult storyteller gather and sit together in a circle on the floor of the classroom. Once ready, the children hear a lesson, engage the word verbally as a group, often through wondering questions, then each respond creatively. Next, paralleling the Eucharistic meal, adult and children share a feast of simple snacks with conversation around the circle, first giving thanks over food and drink. Finally, the storyteller offers each child a warm blessing and sends them out to parents, parish community, and wider world. Now, my talk this morning is not a real godly play lesson, although I love engaging adults with godly play and have done so in both parish and university settings. I do, however, want to organize my remarks around these broad movements of godly play, even if I only bring a few in explicitly. So, story or lesson. After the children have been welcomed and are seated in the circle, the godly play storyteller presents a very visual and tactile lesson. But the storyteller is not at the center of the circle, nor are the children. Instead, the materials that carry the lesson are centered. If this were a real godly play session, I might begin by saying, watch where I go to get this lesson, And then I'd walk around the classroom pointing out the sacred stories, the parables, and the liturgical action lessons. Pick up a basket and come back to my place. And then remove from it 2 books, Faith and Freedom, Toward a Theology of Liberation, published in 1979, and The Point of Christology from 1982. But wait, there's another book, a third book, a revised and enlarged edition of Faith and Freedom, copyright 1989. How does the second edition differ from the first? Well, there's a completely different preface, one in which Schubert Ogden responds to 3 points in his argument around which he believes there's been misunderstanding on the part of his readers. The original edition has also been enlarged by the addition of a new chapter 4, inserted between chapter 3 and what now shifts to become the 5th and concluding chapter of the book. This new chapter bears the title, Jesus Christ as the Primal Sacrament of Freedom, which brings us back to the Point of Christology, Ogden's major work between the 2 editions of Faith and Freedom. In what follows, I will try and exposit in an introductory or reintroductory fashion the achievement of the revised expanded edition of the earlier book, along with the Point of Christology itself. That's this morning's lesson, which has to be centered. Ogden contributes 5 foundational resources that I would abbreviate as theology, freedom, God, Jesus Christ, and spirituality. Although I treat them one by one, they are all deeply interwoven. First, the task of theology. Echoes of what the dean said earlier. Schubert Ogden is nothing if not precise in his thinking. Clear and highly nuanced, on page after page of his writing, one finds pairs of concepts, never either or, always both and. Recall the sentence I quoted earlier, both gift and demand, not either or. Trust in God's love and loyalty to God's love in our loving all God loves. Meaning for us, being in itself. There are many other such pairs, always distinguished precisely without being separated, related without being identified. Witness and theology, appropriateness and credibility, freedom from and freedom for, redemption and emancipation. But these razor-sharp distinctions are all grounded in and expressive of one all-encompassing symbol, the all-pervading heart word of Ogden's theology, love, boundless love, the pure unbounded love of God. In this special case, it's not both love and something else, just love. Ogden defines theology as fully critical reflection upon the Christian witness of faith. Witness and theology differ from one another, as do the acts of making a claim and investigating what a claim means and whether it's true. Witness is the more primary expression of faith, in words and symbols, but again, also in actions. Concrete, but typically more vaguely understood. Theology is different, but not separate from witness, secondary to witness, and so offering greater understanding, but at the cost of abstraction. Ogden criticizes much first world theology as becoming almost tertiary reflection upon itself, and only remotely related to what is really at stake in witnessing to one's faith by action in the world. A signal achievement of the various liberation theologies is to correct such a separation between theology and witness. At the other extreme, however, Ogden also criticizes the existing liberation theologies, as he knew them in the late 70s, early 80s, for uncritically presupposing the meaning and truth of the witness they espouse, rather than demonstrating that a liberated and liberating praxis in an unjust world is the only adequate expression of Christian faith. Theological claims must be evaluated according to two criteria of adequacy, Ogden argues: appropriateness and credibility. Appropriateness to the Christian witness of faith, not the whole 2,000-year tradition of Christianity, nor even the whole of Scripture, but the earliest apostolic witness to Jesus in the Synoptic Gospels, upon which all later witness is based, a canon within or before the canon of Scripture. But apostolic authority alone is not enough. Theological claims must also be shown to be congruent with the truth disclosed in human existence itself, with what is true, if only implicitly, of any and every human being. In both Faith and Freedom and the Point of Christology, Ogden goes to great lengths to show that in the contemporary context, it's the practical credibility of Christian faith that is most problematic. And so, paralleling Bultmann's program of demythologization, hence existential interpretation of Christianity, Ogden works out a de-ideologization and political interpretation, disengaging the Christian witness of faith from the social, political, economic world whose injustices it is and has been used to sanction. While this criterion of credibility is a permanent aspect of the task of theology, the specific demands of credibility will vary from one historical situation to another. Second, freedom. No other concept is as central or has as much packed into it in Ogden's two books as freedom. For Ogden, freedom is nothing less than the primary way contemporary human beings understand their existence and articulate their deepest concerns, that they are active subjects, not passive objects. As evidenced by the intellectual movement, he traces back from 20th century existentialism through liberal thinkers like Ritschl and Schleiermacher in the 19th, all the way to the rise of modern science and anti-monarchical politics of the 18th century and before. But then there's also the process theology of Whitehead and Hartshorne, with its metaphysics of freedom rather than of substance, changeless and self-sufficient. So, Ogden argues, to be anything actual at all, from the tiniest particle of matter to God, is to be an instance of creative becoming, constituted by relatedness and temporality, to some greater or lesser extent a free response to other freedom. Everything that exists, each and every actual occasion, freely creates itself by responding to the free self-creating others already actualized and belonging to its past, and then contributes itself along with these others to other free self-creators as yet unactualized and belonging to the future. All beings possess and require some measure of freedom to be and become themselves. This leads Ogden to criticize a subtler form of bondage unaddressed by some liberation theologians, anthropocentrism, that freedom, hence liberation, pertains only to human beings. To the contrary, in addition to human political, economic, cultural, racial, and sexual bondage, an adequate contemporary theology must address the environmental bondage that afflicts the earth itself, its air and waters and non-human life. For Ogden, this existential and metaphysical significance of freedom undergirds the theological. Christian faith is not so much holding beliefs about God and the world as it is loving praxis in the world, which, under existing conditions of structural injustice, must become a commitment to the liberation of the oppressed. Faith is existence in freedom, freedom from and freedom for, a liberated and liberating existence responsible for working, quote from Ogden, to establish justice through the whole social and cultural order by either maintaining or transforming all the basic structures of this order so that each person is equally free with every other to be the active subject of his or her own self-creation, instead of being merely the passive object of the self-creation of others. Third, Ogden's revisionary view of God. As I suggested earlier with that epitomizing sentence, Ogden's theology of God is the heart of his contribution. Continuing to draw upon and flesh out process thought, he claims that God is not the one great exception to metaphysical principles of relatedness and temporality, but their immanent exemplification. As the supreme instance of creative becoming, God is not the barren absolute of classical theism, the unmoved mover, by definition really related to nothing. Just the opposite. God is related to everything through an immediate sympathetic participation of which our relationship to our own bodies is but a pale image. God is continually in a process of becoming, of free self-creation, synthesizing in each new moment of God's experience the whole of achieved actuality with the plenitude of as yet unrealized possibility. As the supreme instance of creative becoming, however, God is infinitely different from all other beings in that God is related to, influenced by, and influential in all other instances of creative becoming. God's love accepts, receives all others into God's self, allowing them to make a real difference to God. And then on the basis of the difference they make, God acts toward all others to help facilitate their own fullest self-creation. Ogden's most trenchant critique of the existing theologies of liberation is that they tend to assume uncritically the classic view of a timeless, unrelated God, and thereby unwittingly portray God in terms of absolute imperial power, even though that contradicts the praxis they champion. This anti-dualistic metaphysics of God implies an equally anti-dualistic ethics on our part, because God's love is boundless in the sense that the good of every creature is also God's good, every creaturely need, God's need. Our love too should know no bounds. The good of every human being, of every creature, is a good we should seek to foster. The need of every creature, every person, a need we should seek to meet. Central to both of Ogden's books under consideration here is the assertion that the one process of liberation has two related but non-identical aspects, redemption and emancipation. Redemption is God's work and God's alone. In Ogden's own words again, quote, "We exist under God's loving care, and together with our fellow creatures are finally safe." That's interesting. We're finally safe in the sense that our lives, like theirs, are embraced within God's boundless and everlasting love, where they have an abiding meaning in spite of our own death and sin and the transience of all things. Because the mystery encompassing our existence is the limitless acceptance of God's love, faith as the acceptance of that acceptance is existence in freedom from literally everything else, end quote. That's redemption. Then, as I've described several times already, emancipation is both God's work and our work together. Freedom for literally everything else, ourselves and the world, as worthy of our own love and devoted service. Fourth, The anchoring phrase in Ogden's Christology of liberation is that Jesus Christ decisively represents God and God's boundless love. Based on very granular discussions of the so-called quests for the historical Jesus, both new and old, Ogden asserts that Jesus means freedom here and now, not meant freedom back then. Even if we could, we need not try and reconstruct the empirical historical Jesus. No. Theology and the witness of faith upon which it reflects engages the Jesus Christ Christians always already have known, the existential historical Jesus. We can't know in any final empirical way what Jesus said and did, but we can with full confidence trust and follow what Jesus was heard to have said and seen to have done by those earliest apostolic witnesses who stand behind the synoptic tradition. For freedom, this Jesus Christ has set us free, Jesus the liberator. Fifth and finally, beneath Ogden's discussions of theology lie the groundworks for a spirituality of theologizing, It's not a question of whether theology serves liberated and liberating praxis, only how. Freed from uncritically assuming the meaning and truth of positions we've already taken, merely rationalizing them, our theological reflection is freed for any and all positions to which appropriateness to the Christian witness of faith and credibility for existing human beings lead. Theology serves praxis indirectly. To act as if our ultimate worth as persons was constituted by the adequacy of our theologies of liberation would be idolatry and could lead only to despair. How could any of us ever say that we had done enough in our theologizing to make clear the radically liberating love of God? Instead, we might cultivate a spirituality of letting go and letting be in relation to our theologizing. We could then let go of our theological vocations as the basis for a claim to God's love, in order to let those same vocations be as free and joyful returning gifts for the God who first loved us. Affirming in spiritual practice that God is the pure, unbounded love whose never letting go of us lets us be fully ourselves. One last time, I'll repeat, the articulation and vindication of such an understanding of God is the heart of Schubert Ogden's contribution. Wondering. Godly play wondering questions have no predetermined correct answers. Instead, the wondering emerges out of the children's own lives and imaginations and participation in the lesson. So in that spirit, I wonder here and now in early October 2025 how two key words from Schubert Ogden's books sound to you: freedom and liberation. Do they strike a dissonant chord, however compelling and important his point? Is there a disconnect, perhaps, from our current historical situation? To play, as Ogden occasionally does, with words from the founding documents of American democracy, people can't pursue happiness without liberty, to be sure. But if life itself has gone missing, there can be no talk of liberty at all. No longer just the poor and oppressed non-person, but the detained person, the deported person, the disappeared person, the victim of genocide. I wonder today if, in addition to theologies of liberation, we need theologies of sheer survival. The gospel beyond the grave. Jesus, the way out of no way, the truth and the life. Theologies of resistance and resilience. And I wonder if God's achievement from 1979, 1982, and 1989 needs an apocalyptic coda, a new chapter, no longer just maintaining or transforming the basic structures of the social order, but idolatrous imperial structures thrown down, not one stone left upon another, their unclean spirits cast out. How might Ogden's pre-construction now be revised and expanded to prepare us for both apocalyptic catastrophe and apocalyptic consolation? One of the very first books I read after January 20th, 2025, remember that day? Was Stephen Charleston's We Survived the End of the World. Charleston is a theologian from the Choctaw people and former bishop in the Episcopal Church. His book offers lessons from Native America on apocalypse and hope, resilience and resistance across 400 years of genocide, survival through shared visions, deep connection to the earth, and communal dance. Finally, I wonder about the Holy Spirit in relation to Ogden's contribution. He is so good at portraying the God of pure, unbounded love and Jesus Christ as the decisive representation of that God. But what about the creative wind, the life-giving breath, and the transforming fire of God's boundless love? In our Eucharistic celebrations, we routinely invoke the Holy Spirit to descend upon the gifts of bread and wine, and the gift of ourselves, our souls, and our bodies, a living sacrifice unto God, changing them and us into Christ's body and blood. That's dangerous. If we truly become Christ's body in the world, then we are his hands to heal the sick, the abused, the wounded. Dangerous. Christ's feet to go places we otherwise wouldn't go. Dangerous. Christ's mouth to speak embracement, justice, and peace. Dangerous. Blessing. My parting words come from another hymn by Charles Wesley, probably not as familiar as Love Divine, All Loves Excelling. It's typically set to the hymn tune Hereford by Samuel Sebastian Wesley, Charles's grandson. It begins, O thou who camest from above, the fire celestial to impart, kindle a flame of sacred love upon the altar of my heart. Another stanza hints at distinguishing redemption and emancipation without separating them, relating without identifying God's action and our own. Jesus, confirm my heart's desire to work and speak and think for thee. To work and speak and think for thee. Still let me guard the holy fire and still stir up the gift in me. And the last stanza, which I want to edit slightly, changing the original me and my to us and our. Still let us prove thy perfect will, our acts of faith and love repeat, till death thy endless mercy seal and make the sacrifice complete. Amen, and may it be so.
I appreciate Mark Taylor's framing of questions regarding faith and freedom by Schubert Ogden, with attention to the point of Christology, also by Schubert Ogden. I appreciate his attention to what he describes as Ogden's pre-constructive liberation theology, a contribution by Ogden that is open-ended and invites conversation, invites wonder and imagination. His attention, that is Mark Lloyd Taylor's attention to wonder and theology as an imaginative, constructive process, is fitting when discussing Ogden's revisionary understanding of God as boundless love in an ongoing process of becoming, Such a concept of God invites wonder and reminds us, as theologians, that an adequate theology is necessarily open-ended and always in process. In my response to Mark's discussion of Ogden's pre-constructive liberation theology in particular, as well as in response to his discussion of Ogden's The Point of Christology, I would like to comment on three things. First, I would like to very briefly share some thoughts on the clarification that Ogden makes regarding emancipation and redemption as two related aspects of liberation. Second, I will argue that there are 5 interrelated loci that one might highlight when considering the meaning of the words freedom and liberation as they are employed in the thought of 2 African American liberation theologians. James Cone and one of his most prolific students, the womanist systematic theologian of liberation, Kelly Brown Douglas. And I want to highlight that Cone and Douglas are systematic theologians of liberation, which sometimes gets lost in conversation about their work because many people think they know Cone's work and they think they know African American liberation theology, but have maybe read one book at the most. And so, having been trained by constructive and historical theologians, I'm bringing Cone and Douglas into the room as participants in our theological conversation today so that there are additional voices. And I'm imagining how Cone and Douglas might respond to Ogden's work, because in my reading in Faith and Freedom, Ogden is inviting responses from theologians such as these. And because of my training in historical theology, as well as in constructive theology and philosophical theology, but particularly because of my training in historical theology, I am discomfited by talking about liberation theology in a very general way, in a monolithic way. When I first began studying process theology under the mentorship of Marjorie Zuhaki, a little bit from John Cobb, and a good deal from Catherine Keller, one of the first things I learned when I went to my first process theology conference was that I couldn't say, process theologians say this, and I'm just very critical of that. The immediate response was, well, which process theologians are you talking about? And so in this conference, one of my first questions, my primary question, is which liberation theologians are we in conversation with? And I can't bring all of them into the room. And so I will focus on these 2. And that is the core of my talk today. Because all liberation theologies are not alike, just as Ogden's own pre-constructive liberation theology is not like all other liberation theologies. If in a generous reading of Ogden, his aim is to invite certain liberation theologians to render what he deems implicit explicit when we're talking about freedom and liberation, then it is helpful to explore what these two liberation theologians have in mind when they employ the words freedom and liberation. My discussion of Cone is informed by three of his books: The Spirituals and the Blues, The Cross and the Lynching Tree, and A Black Theology of Liberation. My discussion of Douglas is informed by her book, Stand Your Ground, Black Bodies and the Justice of God, not the righteousness of God. So there's going to be an intellectual disagreement right away, as we can see just from the title of her book. But Stand Your Ground, Black Bodies and the Justice of God. In their systematic liberation theologies, Cone and Douglas consistently attend to interconnections among five loci: God, Christ, theological anthropology, soteriology, and eschatology. For Cone and Douglas, the God whom Jesus proclaimed and embodied has a goal. Soteriology is deeply interconnected with eschatology. Finally, at the end of my talk, I will respond to Mark Lloyd Taylor's question regarding Ogden's use of the words liberation and freedom, and whether or not they evoke dissonance in hearing these terms today and a sense of disconnect in our current situation. First, Ogden writes that there are two interrelated ways to understand the term liberation. With reference to existential, socio-political, and economic liberation, he proposes the term emancipation. With reference to liberation in its ultimate sense, he proposes the term redemption. I agree that these distinctions are helpful, and they do suggest a careful reading of text by liberation theologians is necessary, including liberation theologians like Cone and Douglas. Because for Cone and Douglas, I find that whether or not they implicitly discuss emancipation and redemption, they have an implicit understanding of something like that, because they are integrative thinkers. And so social, political, economic liberation is inseparably interconnected with liberation in its ultimate sense. And I see Cone pushing such theologians to make that explicit for audiences who don't get it. So for a specific audience, especially white liberal process or classical theologians, because I think that African American theologians get it. I think that Native American theologians get it. Because I know that Vine Deloria got it, for example. I know that Mujerista theologians like Ada Maria Isasi Diaz get it. I know that Michelle Gonzalez gets it. So let's talk about Cone. For Cone, Christ identifies with the least of these, the oppressed. God identifies with Black people because Black people have been oppressed through Western conquest, slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, and ongoing racism. For Cone, Black is one, a symbol for the oppressed with whom Jesus identifies, and two, a symbol of God who liberates the oppressed. One would be remiss not to notice that drawing on the spiritual old freedom, Cone writes that for descendants of African slaves, God is freedom, not love, but freedom. Liberation is a way of emphasizing God's power and divine agency to free the captives, to preach good news to the poor. God is freedom for Cone, and God frees the world from the sin of oppression and for just living and relationships. God frees both existentially and in an ultimate sense. God, who is freedom in African American cultural and biblical understanding, is what God does. Divine ontology and action are one. In this respect, Cone's thought carries a faint echo of Thomas Aquinas' understanding of God as not simply having attributes like love and justice, but as being love, as being justice, as being freedom. Or, in process thought, God would be becoming justice, becoming freedom, becoming love in an ongoing process. If Cone were a process theologian, which he was not. Unlike Aquinas, Cone argues that God needs humankind to participate in God's mission for freedom and justice. God needs humankind. God does not, for Cone, in Cone's work you find an amalgam of implied metaphysics. Some of it is classical, some of it sounds neoclassical. In his understanding that God needs humankind, he is more in line with process relational theological thought, because he's suggesting that God and creation are interdependent, in particular, God and humankind for Cone are interdependent in their relationship with one another, and that is not a classical claim. So, such theology within Cone's school of thought, could be stronger if it developed a clear metaphysics, an intentional metaphysics, beyond the implied amalgam of metaphysical claims that we find in this school of thought. For Ogden, God is the all-inclusive one who is interdependent with creation. So I don't think Ogden would have any problem with Cone saying that God needs us, but would ask for Cone to develop a metaphysics regarding that, to which Cone, I know, would respond, Black people don't need metaphysics, we need justice now. He doesn't want to deal, he wants to have a very healthy balance between the theoretical and the practical, which is one of Ogden's aims, and yet he would undoubtedly be critical of the extent to which Ogden can at times engage in the paralysis of analysis. Yeah. So it's not that he doesn't have an implied metaphysics, it's just not fully developed. I would like for process and Wesleyan theists to consider that In Cohn's systematic theology of liberation, not only is God freedom, but freedom is synonymous with salvation, particularly liberation is a synonym for salvation. Cohn's work is both soteriological and eschatological, grounded in understanding of God as liberated and in an understanding of Jesus Christ as one who embodies and proclaims God, who is liberator. So let me move on and say that whereas Ogden uses the term redemption, which I find interesting, Cohn employs the term salvation, or he employs the term liberation most often, which I've said is his synonym for salvation. Cohn was a systematic theologian who was well familiar with the locus of soteriology when we think of the loci of systematic theology. And soteriology, as you know, is the study of salvation. In Cohn's understanding, salvation, Christology, God, and eschatology are all necessary for an adequate statement of faith that is attentive to God's mission to free humankind from sin, particularly the sin of racism, to live in just relationship with one another, and I would add with the whole of creation, although Cohn does not say much about the whole of creation. So I would also add that racism violates the image and likeness of God, in which all humankind, in a strong sense, is created, and all of creation is created in a weaker sense, a less complex sense, one might say. This is what makes the cross and the lynching tree such vile weapons of destruction. They violate the image of God in which African Americans and all peoples are created. Restoration of this image, Kelly Brown Douglas argues in her work, is possible through God, who is freedom, and who she also implies may be justice. But I'm really the one who's drawing that out in her work. So I imagine Cohn and Douglas responding to Ogden by saying, God is freedom, God is justice, and if God is boundless love, this boundless love is freedom and justice. They are slow to talk about love, and this is understandable. Like Martin Luther King Jr., they are suspicious of white liberal distortions of love. Just love one another. Just wait. Just wait for your liberation. Now, Ogden isn't saying that we need to wait, but love in and of itself is not a word that they would immediately use to describe the nature of God. If anything, I would say they have an apophatic approach to love, what love is not. And first we need to understand what God is not. So first we need to understand that God is freedom. and that this God, who is freedom, is also just. Not just righteous, but just. So I can imagine Cone and Douglas not throwing out this understanding of righteousness, but saying, well, sure, God is righteous, and God is also justice. And this righteousness is an aspect of God's justice, and vice versa, because they are integrative thinkers. We don't, and we don't necessarily have to reject Ogden's concept of righteousness as God's nature and as a description of the kind of love that we're talking about when we talk about boundless love. But for Cone and Douglas, justice is not only a creaturely concept. It is also who God is. Otherwise, we would have no concept of justice, just as we would have no concept of love if we had not experienced boundless love. And so for these thinkers, we have no concept of justice unless we have experienced at least glimpses, moments of justice. We would have no concept of righteousness if we had not experienced moments of righteousness. For Kelly Brown Douglas in Stand Your Ground, Black Bodies and the Justice of God, justice is the restoration of human dignity from the defilement of racism and crucifixion culture. Salvation is freedom from crucifixion. It is liberation from crucifixion in its many forms, whether we're talking about lynching or whether we're talking about the killing of Trayvon Martin, the child in Florida who was shot dead by his neighbor, criminalized while he was carrying Skittles and a bottle of iced tea. There are many forms of crucifixion one finds in the writing of Kelly Brown Douglas and James Cone. We need salvation from a culture of crucifixion. We need liberation from a culture of crucifixion. Liberation, salvation, however, is not an end unto itself in Cone's or in Douglas's theology. Salvation has a purpose, and that purpose is to realize God's freedom and justice on this earth in the here and now. It's not that they are not interested in future eschatology, it's that we cannot imagine a future eschatology if we're not acting justly towards one another in the here and now. Their point is that everybody talking about about heaven ain't going there, right? You know, heaven, heaven, everybody talking about heaven ain't going there, heaven. An African-American spiritual. One must first say yes to God's call or lure to participate in God's goal of fully realizing freedom and justice on earth as in heaven that we don't know much about. Cone and Douglas extend an altar call, an opportunity to repent. If we cannot repent and participate in God's mission of freedom and justice in this life and on this earth, then we are not really liberated, or to use good old-fashioned Texas language, you're not really saved yet. And it sounds fundamentalist, but they're not fundamentalist. But that's what they mean in their own way. So freedom is God the Savior embodied in Jesus Christ. And God invites us to say yes to freedom, yes to Jesus, yes to the freedom and the justice that Jesus prophetically proclaimed and practiced. For Cone and Douglas, love without freedom is a sham. And so it is for Ogden's work as well, I would add. He would not disagree with that. The source of adequate knowledge of God is God, who is freedom itself. So while Ogden's concept of love includes righteousness, it is more likely that those in Cone's school of thought would add justice and not separate it from righteousness. If God's nature and name is love, if God is unpure, unbounded love, then justice is intimately involved in this love, because God is also justice. Also in Stand Your Ground, Douglas writes about resurrection. She doesn't leave us with crucifixion. She talks about resurrection. And in her discussion of resurrection, she provides an understanding that has some common ground with Ogden's understanding of objective immortality. She sees resurrection when those who have been defiled and murdered by various forms of crucifixion are remembered. And so when Trayvon's parents talk about the child that he was, the liveliness that he had, the joy that he had, the goodness that he had, this is resurrection. Whenever we do this, we are participating in resurrection. And I would like to see more attention to resurrection in this sense, in process theology, particularly in a kind of extended, revised use of Ogden's faith and freedom. Regarding Mark's question regarding dissonance in hearing the words liberation and freedom today in our current situation, I must say, no, I don't experience any more dissonance than Cone and Douglas have already written about. I experience no more dissonance than many African Americans in this country. This is what Cone and Douglas have been warning America of throughout the decades that they wrote and have been writing and continue to write. And so this dissonance is not new, it is familiar. I am not a liberation theologian in the sense that Cone and Douglas are. I agree with Dolores Williams that God does not always liberate, not in the ways that Cone and Douglas have in mind, not in a socioeconomic or political way. We can go hundreds of years without freedom from slavery, for example. We can go many decades, nearly 100 years, without freedom from Jim Crow segregation. We are still experiencing racism, xenophobia, disableism, ageism, you name it, in this country and in the world, ecocide. It is part of the fabric of the world that we live in which, ironically, the very God who is freedom makes sin possible, the freedom to sin. And so we do need to attend to Dolores Williams's understanding of God as providing quality of life as well as liberation. Thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Mark Lloyd Taylor for a sterling paper. I find nothing in it to disagree with, and I find much, very much to appreciate. Concerning pre-construction and construction, during the years 1969 to 1975, the academic construction of systematic Christian liberation theology was just beginning. I have in mind the titles Black Theology and Black Power, 1969 by James Cone, A Black Theology of Liberation, 1970 by James Cone, Theology of Liberation, History, Politics, and Salvation, 1973 by Gustavo Gutierrez, and God of the Oppressed, 1975 by James H. Cone. So, 1969 to 1975, the beginning of an academic construction of systematic liberation theology. However, in 1973, Black theological construction efforts were seriously challenged by arguments presented in the book, Is God a White Racist? Subtitle, A Preamble to Black Theology, 1973, by William R. Jones. William R. Jones's preamble reminds me of Mark Lloyd Taylor's pre-construction. That is, in both cases, the argument is, before this construction project can really get underway and be fully constructed, we've got to back up and think again about traditional conceptions of God. And we need to be liberated from many of those conceptions in order to produce a liberating theology. So, for the sake of a liberated and liberating theology, I am grateful to Mark Lloyd Taylor and for his appreciation of Schubert Ogden's liberated and liberating contribution to the possibility of a fully constructed theology of liberation.
So feel free to begin, and Dr. Taylor, if you wanted to lead us off, please do.
I don't know, responding to respondents always seems either self-interested or irrelevant. So it's hard to know what to do, other than I really appreciate the responses. Yeah, I don't know where the pre-construction idea came from, but I'm curious about preamble as another way of putting that, about that. I mean, in a way, haven't we been talking about how Ogden and say Cone or Douglas, they can't be fully separated and they can't be fully identified. There's that tension. There's a tension of some common interest, and then but then there's the reality of different social locations
Yes.
and experiences. And I mean, this is, I guess, I wonder what you all think about this. So my wondering going out is, once again, to think about that English mystical tradition, most of it in the East, where the Wesleys were from, that goes from Marjorie Kemp and the Lollards all the way down to Charles. So why love? Why freedom? Why justice? What is it about those different people's experiences of the world and of God that led to those different central convictions? That's one of the things I'll take away.
Thank you.
I have a long-standing prejudice in favor of the use of literal language. And to that end, when I'm talking about God, I favor the term creator, because that gives us some idea of what we're talking about. So in your section, in your paper where you talked about play, I would have said recreation.
Oh,
Right? Recreation has the obvious advantage of allowing us to look at the word and observe therein the word creation. But my reading of your paper indicates to me that I'm not saying anything that you would disagree with, but I am using more strictly literal, obviously literal language.
Yeah, and the whole attraction for me of children and godly play has something to do with my own experience of very minor but real child trauma. And so to even say that makes me anxious, because I'm so aware that many, many, many people for many, many centuries have experienced traumas that I have never experienced. So can we find common language even in those differences? So I confess that impact of child theology has built upon Alice Walker and Dolores Williams, and on Sally McFay, and on Schubert M. So I mean, but then I said it wasn't going to be a memoir. So sorry.
you said you weren't going to be what?
I said it was not going to be a memoir, and here I am.
A memoir.
Memoir. So.
Memoir.
Okay. Do we have questions from the audience? Yes. I'm going to bring the mic.
I don't think I need, do I need the mic? Oh, here.
It's just easier for people online.
This is addressed to Dr. Baker Fletcher. I think if I remember correctly, and Phil, where is Phil? Is he still here? I believe that Schubert Ogden modifies Paul's statement in Galatians 5:6, whereby Paul says, faith works through love into faith works through love and justice. Isn't that correct, what Ogden says?
Yeah, he says faith working through love, through justice, enacted through justice. Yeah.
That means we can find more common ground between Ogden, Cone, and Douglas.
Very good. Other questions? Yes. Hold on one sec. Here we go. Hold on. Thank you.
Something just to reflect on, maybe because I'm just old and have been around a long time. Back when Perkins had a journal, the journal ran James Cone's critique of Ogden's Faith and Freedom. And that critique is worth reading and remembering, although I haven't seen it in 30 years, because it ended with basically an invitation to get up and do something and quit thinking.
Yeah, yeah.
And I took that to heart 30 years ago, and I think it's still a very important observation, although it really raises questions about what is the meaning of doing academic theology, something that I'm engaged in too. So, yeah.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, well, we have one. Sorry, King.
So this is a question for all the panelists, and as I've been thinking, I've been wondering what Ogden's role, and then as we think about liberation, what the role is of the Holy Spirit. When you mentioned Moltmann and Dr. Baker Fletcher, I know you talk about the Trinity, but with concepts of freedom and liberation and righteousness and love, what is the role of the Holy Spirit in all of that?
Talked about that a little bit. A phrase I thought about using that I decided not to because I'd already invented pre-construction was, so if Ogden is right that Jesus is the decisive representation of, then the Holy Spirit is somehow the reconflagration of God's pure unbounded love. That was my one thought.
Well, again, my prejudice in favor of using literal language inspires me to say that literally spirits inspire. And in terms of Trinitarian language, spirit is the most literal of the three, and therefore my favorite of the three.
Yeah. I have an unpublished manuscript called Inspired Dust.
Yeah.
And it's on martyrial Christianity in the US and in El Salvador. And of course, my spiritual colleague here, Dr. Walker, inspired the title Inspired Dust because when I wrote Sisters of Dust, Sisters of Spirit, I said, one of his comments is that herein you're writing about inspired dust, and we are literally inspired dust.
Yes.
We are made up, we human beings are made up of the same matter and energy as the rest of creation. And we are inspired by energy,
Holy Spirit.
the Holy Spirit, the Spirit of God. Scientifically, one might talk about the relationship between matter and energy, and think of not so much about spirit, but look at things from a scientific perspective. So if you want to know more about my thought on the Holy Spirit, you read my book, Dancing with God, and you'll get some information there.
Very good. And with that inspiring thought, we have to bring this session to a close. We thank Doctors Taylor, Baker Fletcher, and Walker. So the topic of this, our next session, is Franklin Gamwell's achievement in the divine good and democracy on purpose, justice as general emancipation. We are very pleased to have as our session speaker Dr. Daniel Dombrowski, Professor Emeritus of Philosophy, Seattle University, and current editor of the journal Process Studies. The author of 23 books, including Process Mysticism and Process Philosophy and Political Liberalism. Dr. Dombrowski is also author of the forthcoming The Way of Reason in Religion and Politics, the philosophy of Franklin I. Gamwell. The title of his paper today is The Metaphysics of Politics, Gamwell and Rawls on the Just Society. Responses to this paper will be given by Dr. Brett T. Wilmot, Associate Director of the Ethics Program, Villanova University, and the Reverend Dr. Rebecca Miles, Susanna Wesley Centennial Professor of Practical Theology and Ethics, the Perkins School of Theology. As in the previous session, once the responses have been given, the speaker and respondents will engage in conversation, after which we will open up the discussion to the audience for questions and brief comments. And so without further ado, Dr. Dombrowski.
Thanks, Alex and Theo and whoever's involved in putting this conference together. I know it's a lot of work to put a conference together, so thanks so much. It's great to be here in Texas. This is the second time I've been in Texas. I lived in Texas for 3 months when I was 3 years old. My father was training at Fort Hood on his way to drive a tank over in Korea in the early 50s. And the biggest thing that happened while I lived here was I missed my grandfather back in Philadelphia, and I decided to walk back to Philadelphia. This caused a lot of problems, and I promised to be better behaved in this visit to Texas than I was last time. So I'm going to talk about the metaphysics of politics and try to sketch what a just society would look like with the aid of Franklin Gamwell on the one hand and then John Rawls on the other. John Rawls, as you may know, is probably the most influential political philosopher of the 20th century. So I'm trying to bring those two together to advance discourse regarding what a just society would be like, a tradition that goes back at least as far back as Plato. And we're going to emphasize Gamwell's notion of general emancipation. And I'm going to do all this in 35 minutes to keep to the scheduled time. So, a few remarks about politics and religion. The relationship between politics and religion, as you know, is a combustible mixture. It's much more likely to generate heat than light. And my hope is that Gamwell and Rawls together will help us generate more light than heat. The debate in the United States, at least, is between those who are pure exclusivists, who want to completely exclude religious discourse from the public square. And they tend to emphasize the establishment, actually it's the non-establishment clause in the First Amendment to the US Constitution. And at the other end are pure inclusivists who think that in a democracy, people should bring whatever discourse they want to bring to the public square. And that these people tend to emphasize the free exercise clause of the First Amendment. And mutual anathemas get thrown back and forth, with the exclusivists always accusing the inclusivists of trying to bring in an established religion, and inclusivists accusing the exclusivists of, restricting religious discourse. Both Rawls and Gamwell have moderate stances between these two extremes, but they lean in different directions. So Rawls leans in the direction of exclusivism, but then came to realize that religious discourse should be permitted in the public square, but only if it meets the demands of a translation proviso, such that you would have to speak in terms that any reasonable citizen could understand and possibly accept. So one example of this is Martin Luther King's discourse about, dreaming of a time when all of God's children would walk together in a discrimination-free society, hand in hand. He used explicitly religious language, but it was very easy to translate that into a language that even a reasonable atheist could understand and possibly accept. That's not surprising when you realize that the concept of human dignity started in religion and then moved its way to politics, say, by the 18th century. By the way, Gamwell marched with King in that famous Selma to Montgomery march in 1965. So he very much resonates with what Rawls is doing there. However, Gamwell leans in the direction of inclusivism, but wants to encourage those who would bring religious discourse into the public square to speak rationally. That he thinks that the comprehensive question can be discoursed about rationally. He's, in a way, somewhat bothered by the contentious and sometimes puerile ways that people bring religious discourse into the public square. So they sort of meet in the middle and encourage religious discourse to the extent that it can be presented rationally in front of a pervasively pluralistic audience. It's not just pluralism of different religions, but pervasive influence of people who are agnostic or atheist or Buddhist or Hindu or whatever. By the way, where I live in Seattle, sort of agnosticism regarding religion is just sort of the default position. It's very hard to get any conversation started in a meaningful way about religion. So in that sort of pervasively pluralistic world that we live in, both the exclusivist and the inclusivist, in order to be reasonable, should try to meet in the middle somewhere. The goal is to avoid dogmatic assertion of one's comprehensive beliefs, as well as trivializing neglect. The goal is to avoid using religion as a bludgeon, but then also to avoid seeing it as excess baggage. And in a spirit of mutual respect, argue against strict separationism and religious establishment, which from a logical point of view, as Gamwell sees things, religious establishment and separationism, strict separationism, are logical contraries, not contradictories. This is an Aristotelian distinction, which basically means what? Both of them can be false. Now, it's one thing to say that you might be able to bring religious or metaphysical beliefs into the public square, but which ones? What sort of religious principles should enter the public square regarding the concept of justice? And what I want to do is try to advance the case for 3 principles of justice that would characterize, in a very abstract way, what a just society would be like. So you have these 3 principles defended by both Rawls and Gamwell, leading to 6 possible justifications of principles that are worthy of consideration. Now, this will require of us, because we're trying to reach rapprochement here with Rawls, to imagine ourselves in an original position behind a veil of ignorance, speculating about a just society. We would have, behind the veil of ignorance, we have all kinds of general knowledge in economics and politics and history and so on, but no particular knowledge of the specific factors that make up who we are. So you have to imagine yourself ignorant of your religious beliefs, your gender, your sex, your sexual orientation, your race, your health status, and so on. And the goal of this is to what? Try to keep us honest. Because very often when we talk about justice, we basically just offer rationalizations for the particular demographic that we happen to belong to. This also requires a distinction between being reasonable and rational. So what it means to be reasonable is to abide by principles that are agreed to in a fair decision-making procedure, as opposed to being rational, which involves following arguments and developing a conception of the good life, and so on. So there are 3 principles, Rawls says. You ready for this? So you brace yourself for this. There are three principles that all rational people would agree to if, this is a big word, if they legislated principles of justice behind a veil of ignorance. That claim is the most influential claim in political philosophy in the last 50, 75 years. Because it's quite a claim, isn't it? To say that if everybody legislated behind a veil of ignorance, we would all agree to three principles of justice. So the first one is this, the equality principle. And the idea here is that basic goods in a just society should be distributed equally to everybody in society. These are both basic material goods, food, shelter from the elements, access to healthcare, and so on, but also basic formal elements like freedom of religion, freedom to choose the sort of life you want to lead, free speech, and so on. Now, I'd like to emphasize this point. Gamwell agrees wholeheartedly with the Rawlsian equality principle. Now, you might wonder, why should we agree to the equality principle? Because behind the veil of ignorance, it would be irrational not to accept it. Okay? Because remember, behind the veil of ignorance, you don't know, when they take back the veil and you're incarnated, whether or not you'll be born into a poor family or not. You don't know if you'll be a member of a historically disfavored race or religion, or if you have really, really bad health, and if your kids that have really bad health. Behind the veil of ignorance, it's perfectly rational to try to cover your butt and insist that a just society is one where basic material and formal goods would be distributed equally to everybody in society. What a lot of people do at this point is try to peek around the veil to try to figure out what sort of characteristics you have, and then you would, in a biased way, legislate society to fit people in your group. But behind the veil, even if you're not risk averse, you're going to agree to the equality principle. Of course, one way to deal with this is what? Just refuse to play this game. And a lot of the critics of Rawls have done precisely that. They criticize the veil of ignorance thought experiment because they know that if they bought into this thought experiment, they'd have to end up agreeing to the equality principle. Okay, that's one principle. This is all contested territory, so if we have time for questions, you'll let the sparks fly and see what people think of this. Second principle is called the opportunity principle. So beyond all the wealth that it would take to fund the equality principle, Rawls suggests that it would be just if some people perhaps get a larger slice of the pie than others, say if they're talented or hardworking. However, only if everybody in society had the opportunity to get the larger slice of the pie. In other words, historically, many people, blacks, gays, poor people, so on, have not been given the opportunity to benefit from the fruits of their labors. Okay, so a just society is one where if we did allow some people getting a larger slice of the pie than others, that everybody be given the opportunity to do so. People should be free to benefit from their talents and hard work. Gamwell agrees, okay? He buys into this, not only the equality principle, but also the opportunity principle. And then third, there's the difference principle. In many ways, Gamwell is even a stronger defender of the difference principle than Rawls, because Gamwell thinks it should apply internationally, whereas Rawls is only talking about, within a particular state. The difference principle is the idea that if some people get a larger slice of the pie than others, the only thing that would rationally justify that they're getting the larger slice of the pie is if everybody else in society benefited from their getting the larger slice of the pie, especially the least advantaged members of society. So this requires a Rawlsian, Gamwellian response to both critics who are, say, libertarians on the one hand, and then also people on the far left as well. So libertarians are going to ask, why should I be taxed, right, to help other people? You're familiar with the libertarian arguments. Actually, libertarianism, in a way, is the sea within which we swim in American society. It's sort of the default position. Whereas Rawls and Gamwell think that it's deviations from equality that require justification. Now, you can give that justification, but it's deviations from equality that require justification, whereas the libertarian view is the exact opposite. So the response, the Rawlsian and Gamwellian response to the libertarian is to say what? The reason why you need to show that you are benefiting everybody, but you're getting a larger slice of the pie, especially the least advantaged, is because whatever winnings you have in the natural and social lotteries are not deserved. So if you have a brain that functions well, as opposed to, say, an anencephalic infant who was born with chunks of the brain missing, you did nothing whatsoever to deserve your winnings in the natural lottery in that regard. Or in the social lottery, if you're born into a relatively well-functioning family, right? As opposed to one that's living in grinding poverty, you did nothing whatsoever to deserve those winnings in the social lotteries. In other words, there's a sense in which you're benefiting from your winnings in the natural and social lotteries requires justification. Now, both Rawls and Gamwell want to insist that nature is neither just nor unjust, but how we respond to the unequal distribution of talents and natural abilities and so on in society does require justification. On the left, you're going to get a different set of criticisms, right? The people on the left may wonder, why should anybody get a larger slice of the pie than others? Why not have a strictly egalitarian society in every way, shape, and form? The Rawlsian and Gamwellian response is to say what? You want the difference principle to act as an incentive for the benefit of the least advantaged themselves. Okay? It's not a bad idea to offer incentives to really talented people to become doctors. We all benefit from that. Now, if you're wondering, which economic system would best fit these principles of justice, Rawls and Gamwell don't say much, as they could imagine some version of a market economy meeting the demands of these principles of justice, but not the rapacious version of capitalism that has existed historically, where there are, vast differences in wealth and so on. Really, really vast differences in wealth. Or maybe some version of socialism could meet the demands of these principles of justice, but certainly not the command versions of socialism that we found, in the Soviet Union and other communist societies. Or, this may be the most likely, perhaps in some hybrid form of government, say like you find in Scandinavia, where you have both a market economy at work as well as a distribution of basic goods such that everybody benefits from the talents and winnings in the natural and social lotteries found in a lot of people. Now, these principles are lexically ordered, which means that the equality principle has priority over the opportunity principle, which has priority over the difference principle. In other words, the first question you want to ask when trying to figure out whether or not a particular society is just is, are the demands of the equality principle met? Are basic material goods distributed to everybody in society? Is access to the legal system distributed equally to everybody in society? That's not to say that the difference principle is not important, but it is lexically subsequent to the equality principle. So all of this is roughly what Gamwell means by general emancipation, which has both a moral and an aesthetic formulation in Gamwell. Ethically, the imperative is what? So this is like a Gamwellian version of a Kantian imperative. Maximize common humanity and sentient life in general. Okay? He thinks that's rationally defensible, and also he thinks basically that's what the New Testament is about. Okay, we'll get to that a little bit later. Maximize common humanity and sentient life in general. And the aesthetic formulation is to maximize unity and diversity so as to produce a harmonious society in general. Okay, thus far I've emphasized the agreement between Rawls and Gamwell. There's also some big-time disagreement between the two. And the disagreement is basically because Rawls is a political philosopher, period. Okay, he's typical of analytic philosophers. He's got very specific aims in mind. He's only trying to do political philosophy. Now, he knows that there are two major functions that you have to perform in your moral life. One is to get clear on the sense of the right or the just on the one hand, and then also have a sense of the good life or how you would deal with comprehensive questions on the other. And Rawls is basically saying what? I'm only interested in the concept of a just society. He doesn't want to deal with comprehensive questions. That's not to say that he trivializes comprehensive questions, and this is where there's some friction between Rawls and Gamwell. Say, like Rorty would just what? Just leave off the comprehensive stuff altogether. It's really just not necessary. Whereas Rawls thinks what? A comprehensive doctrine should be permitted, encouraged, perhaps even required. There's all sorts of things regarding the good life that are not going to be dealt with in a political context. Gamwell, however, is what? In addition to being a political philosopher or a political theologian, a theistic metaphysician. Okay, he has a comprehensive doctrine that he wants to defend. Or, more importantly, he wants to open up avenues of discourse regarding the comprehensive question, regarding matters of ultimate concern. That religion for him is, he calls it the primary form of culture, because it's in religion that the comprehensive question is thought about and discoursed. Now, this will lead him to make distinctions between formative principles and substantive principles. So one of the interesting things about reading Gamwell is he talks at very different levels of discourse. Sometimes he's dealing with the most abstract issues imaginable, and then gradually deals with substantive principles. This also surfaces as a distinction between necessary truths and contingent truths. By the way, most truth is contingent. Some of it is necessary, however, and that's the unique function of metaphysics as the most abstract version of religion to deal with those necessary truths. And if you're a lawyer, you might make a similar distinction between constitutional essentials and particular laws. Justice is an amphibious concept in Gamwell. He calls it the compound character of justice because it swims in the sea of abstract reasoning and then also has to touch on the ground of really practical concerns. I've tried to deal with some of those before, that you have to, be really explicit about some of the concrete things that would be required in order to have a just society, like having food and shelter from the elements and so on for everybody. There are all kinds of really knotty questions to deal with. One has to do with freestandingness. Rawls makes it clear that a concept of justice or that governs a particular state must be freestanding in the sense that it can't be associated with any particular comprehensive doctrine, whether it's atheism or fundamentalist Christianity or right-wing Catholicism. We have all these different versions of comprehensive doctrines. We don't want to identify justice with any particular one of them. But Gamwell is helpful in pointing out that that does not mean that a concept of justice cannot be grounded in there can be no comprehensive doctrine that would ground principles of justice. So freestandingness in the sense of not being identified with any particular comprehensive doctrine is one thing. Saying that you don't need fundamental justification is quite another. This is related to the concern that some people claim that in a liberal society there's no telos, that each person is allowed to live whatever life they want to live. One response to that is to notice that a liberal society is one that's hyper-teleological, and that there are many different ends that people can pursue. Gamwell wants to talk about a common good of common goods, to talk about the really abstract sort of telos that is assumed by us, pursuing our separate ends in a free way in a democratic society. Now, let me talk a little bit about metaphysics, because, again, Gamwell is really interested in metaphysics, and Rawls is saying, what? I'm glad some people are doing that stuff. He's not anti-metaphysical, but he's not going to, do that intellectual work himself. So, but by metaphysics, Gamwell means what? Transcendental argumentation regarding necessary conditions. By transcendental, he does not mean pole vaulting out of this world into some other world, whatever that might be, but rather trying to discover the transcendental conditions, the necessary conditions of this world, the one that we live in. Now, there's two sorts of metaphysics: transcendental conditions regarding reality as such, and that's metaphysics in the strict sense. And then transcendental argumentation regarding the necessary conditions of subjectivity as such, and that's metaphysics in a non-strict sense. Kant, as is well known, rejects metaphysics in the former sense, but accepts it in the latter. So Kant is a metaphysician. Some people may speak loosely of Kant as an enemy of metaphysics, but it's only metaphysics regarding the necessary conditions of reality as such that Kant rejects. Kant is a metaphysician regarding the necessary conditions of subjectivity as such. Although most contemporary philosophers and theologians, I think it's fair to say, are what? Opposed to metaphysics in both senses. Okay? That we live in a profoundly anti-metaphysical intellectual climate. Gamwell, now I'm going to editorialize here, heroically wants to defend metaphysics in both senses. So there's something, really, where he's really swimming against the stream and trying to resuscitate metaphysics as a discipline in both senses. Now, regarding metaphysics in the strict sense, I'm not going to say much, but there are two claims that he wants to defend at the very least. One is, you ready for this? Something exists. That's necessarily true. And actually, he thinks that that's the most important philosophical question in the world in which we live, in order to combat the Humean assumption that all truths are contingent. The claim that something exists is necessarily true because its denial is contradictory. If you say that absolutely nothing exists, okay, that's a semantic contradiction, okay? It's also a pragmatic contradiction, because when you say that absolutely nothing exists, you're existing as the person making that sort of claim. So that's one claim that he thinks is necessarily true. And that doesn't sound like much. It sounds like small gains for metaphysics, if you establish that something exists. But you have shaken loose of the Humean stranglehold that, that exists, in terms of the now lazy assumption that all truths are contingent. The second claim he wants to defend in metaphysics in the strict sense is that God exists. And he does this through a modal version of the ontological argument. It relies on chapter 3 of Anselm's Proslogion and the work that Charles Hartshorne did in this regard. I've given a version of this in the handout toward the end. You don't have to look at this now, but at your leisure, you may look at this version of the ontological argument that is very Gamwellian. And people get their jollies in different ways, but that's the sort of thing I like to do, is look at modal versions of the ontological argument and see if there's any way you could criticize the argument to avoid Hartshornian and Gamwellian rejoinders. Good luck. So it's the most discussed argument in the history of philosophy, and there's a reason why. It's really conceptually interesting, right? And Gamwell wants to defend it. Now, what we're interested in here, with this theme of general emancipation, is metaphysics in the non-strict sense. In other words, what are the necessary features of subjectivity as such? Well, these are the sort of things that Gamwell is concerned with. One is a principle of communicative respect. Okay? The claims are like promises. So if I say I believe X, it's perfectly legitimate for you to ask me, why do I believe X? And if I exhibit communicative respect, I'm going to give what reasons in response to you, say in contrast to threats or ad hominem slurs. We're so familiar with this sort of discourse now that we might forget just how irrational it is, how much we've really let ourselves and our culture down by allowing ad hominem comments and threats to pose, as reasons. So he's aiming for what? A tellus of a maximal public world in which we're all, this is a phrase he uses an awful lot, locked together in argument. Okay, this is something of a utopia, a realistic utopia for Gamwell. that we would all be locked together in respectful communication with each other. So in a way, he's more of an you might say to yourself, this sounds like the Enlightenment. In a way, he's more of an Enlightenment figure than Kant, because Kant has reason in retreat regarding metaphysics in the strict sense, right? So Gamwell wants to engage in rational discussion regarding all topics, okay? Further, as a result of Kant, there's a tendency to think that theism threatens autonomy. Of course, theists themselves are to blame here. Okay, they're versions of divine command theory, right, where theism does threaten autonomy. Some people are proud of that fact, but Gamwell's trying to defend a version of theism that is perfectly compatible with human autonomy. If you haven't read Gamwell, one of the things you would notice when you start reading him is he's rhetorically very, very talented at turning the tables on his intellectual opponents or his interlocutors, where he thinks that even relativism is subject to transcendental analysis. So the next time you hear somebody say that all truth is historically contingent, actually that's something of a dogma in contemporary academia. All truth is historically contingent. Gamwell is going to ask, where does the word all come from? Okay, there's something obviously contradictory in claiming that all truth is historically contingent. Or if somebody says that you cannot engage in any discourse that is not, relative to some particular contingent, linguistic community. That's the Rortian version. Gamwell's going to ask, where's the word cannot come from? In other words, that in a way, we're all metaphysicians in spite of ourselves, just as some of the most ardent critics of meta-narratives, if you just look at what they say pretty carefully, that there's a meta-narrative there. Okay, so Gamwell's very talented at pointing those things out. Or if you offer an argument against metaphysics, the fact that you're using the word argument indicates that there are certain truth conditions assumed there that you're engaging in metaphysics in spite of yourself. Okay, let me deal with two biblical texts. I'm a philosopher, not a theologian, so I'm an amateur here. But I'm trying to give you a feel for how, from Gamwell's point of view, and he's heavily influenced by Ogden, is going to have a view that he thinks is both religiously appropriate and rationally credible. Okay, so one text that I picked out that Gamwell likes is one from Matthew, let both grow together until the harvest. I guess in this crowd, you've all heard of this one before, right? It's what could be interpreted, and Gamwell does interpret it as a plea for toleration. Okay, that if we're really going to take religion seriously and hope that religion can, fulfill, its potential as the primary form of culture because it deals with the comprehensive question. If we're really going to do that, we're going to have to realize we're in a condition of pervasive pluralism, and we're going to have to speak language that other reasonable people would at least understand and perhaps accept. One danger in this is my interpretation, one danger in prematurely pulling the weeds is that we might ruin the wheat. In other words, because we're engaging in activities that require mutual correction from our fellows and so on and so forth, there really is something presumptuous about, engaging in religious or other forms of intoleration. I find that my colleagues who are agnostics or atheists are just as likely to be dogmatic and intolerant as my friends who are theists. So, in other words, intoleration and dogmatism are evils that can crop up anywhere, okay? So we want to beware about that. Now, this is not, as some people might allege, religion light, but Gamwell sees it as religion coming of age, given the long history of intoleration exhibited by religious and other people. Actually, in a way, Gamwell, I've met him a few times before he died, and he was a very, very friendly, polite person. If any of you know him, realize that, right? But he could, if every once in a while he gets nasty in his writing, it's when he says something like, it's time that both politics and religion grow up. Okay? that people learn how to respectfully talk to other people and listen to criticisms of your argument and so on. It's both religion and politics that have to grow up. The other biblical text is the Great Commandment. I thought I'd be the only one talking about this, but several other people have already talked about the Great Commandment. And what Gamwell notices here is the inadequacies of classical theism in dealing with divine love. And it has something to do with the monopolar logic of classical theism, where God is seen as permanent but not changing, active but not passive. This leads to a notion of divine love that is completely disanalogous to any sort of love that Whitehead or Hartshorne or Gamwell would recognize. So he's a defender of dipolar or neoclassical or process theism, which he thinks preserves the best in biblical theism, as in an ability to understand the Great Commandment. He's not opposed to analogical reasoning, but he thinks that the problem with classical theists, including Thomists, is that they do an inadequate job of analogical reasoning by giving us a God who exhibits love that is completely disanalogous to any love that we're familiar with. For example, there are no divine re-sponses to creaturely suffering in classical theism. Only, this is my language, only indi-sponses, to invent a word, because God is in a Boethian, eternal now, separate from the temporal world. God can never respond to creaturely suffering on a classical theistic basis. And that seems to be a non-negotiable item for Gamwell in a defensible version of theism. He buys into the Hartsonian distinction between God's necessary existence and God's contingent actuality. So the fact that God exists is necessary, but how God exists from moment to moment to moment is contingent. God always changes, and because those two words are important, always changes, because they refer to different aspects of the divine nature, there's no contradiction there. The always part refers to abstract divine existence, and the changes part deals with concrete divine actuality. He's also insisting that religious skepticism is often skepticism regarding classical theism. So a lot of you are familiar with this idea, I'm sure, that there are other versions of what the greatest conceivable being would be like, that there are such things as perfect changes, say, in response to creaturely suffering, as Gamwell sees things. So let me say one more thing before I read a paragraph by way of conclusion, okay? And it's this idea. So in logic, you can have completely different sets of premises reach the same conclusion, right? That's pretty easy to cite examples. And I think we have something like that here, that from a Rawlsian point of view, if you have a group of mutually disinterested people, that's why he puts it, he does not say self-interested, but if we have, say, a group, and say the size of this room, of mutually disinterested people who legislate principles of justice behind a veil of ignorance. So imagine those doors over there is a veil, and we close the veil. That symbolizes our becoming ignorant of the particular characteristics of our existence. So if we have a community of mutually, or I shouldn't say community, but a group of mutually disinterested people legislating about justice behind a veil of ignorance, and then you have a second group of people who are theistic metaphysicians, who are saintly. So like John Cobb, if any of you know John Cobb, not only a theistic metaphysician, but, really, really admirable human beings. So imagine a group of those people legislating about principles of justice. They're probably going to end up with the same sort of conclusion. Okay, that's one of the axes I'm trying to grind in this paper, is that the most influential political philosopher of the 20th century has given us a decision-making procedure which sort of guides us toward certain principles of justice, 3 of them, equality, opportunity, and difference, that is remarkably similar to what would be suggested by a community of benevolent, loving agents, okay? So think of, say, in the Catholic Church or the World Council of Churches, this notion in recent decades of a preferential option for the poor. There's all sorts of resonances between these 2 different sets of premises and the common conclusions that they would reach. Okay, let me read one paragraph by way of conclusion. summing up what I've threatened to prove here, I've gestured toward a lot of different things that I know I haven't adequately dealt with. But anyhow, summing up what has been said regarding more abstract formative principles of general emancipation, we can say the following. Regarding the conditions of reality as such, it is necessarily true that something exists. In that denial of this claim is a semantic and pragmatic contradiction. We can also say that God exists for the same reason, in that denial of theism is contradictory, given the logic of a modal version of the ontological argument. But the God whose necessary existence is the conclusion of the ontological argument is inadequately described by classical theists who have unfortunately dominated the concept of God in the Abrahamic religions for several centuries. Regarding the conditions of human subjectivity as such, it is necessary for reasonable human subjects to tolerate differences of opinion within the limits of the reasonable, of course. It would take some time to explain that, but anyhow, in a democratic setting, and to engage in communicative respect with one's interlocutors in a society that is at least somewhat just. As Hartshorne put the point, liberals are those who know they are not God. It is precisely such, Hartshorne has much more of a sense of humor than Whitehead, I've always found. But anyhow, it is precisely such reciprocal communicative respect that makes participation in the public square appropriate for all rational subjects, regardless of whether or not their responses to the Gamwellian comprehensive question are theistic. Finally, Gamwell thinks that the twin dangers to democracy are authoritarianism, as well as a refusal to discourse rationally about contested claims, especially those involving the comprehensive order of reflection. The first danger understandably receives a great deal of attention. The latter danger is unfortunately largely ignored. Gamwell is almost alone in noticing the connection between these two dangers. When reason is seen as anemic, those who hunger for power are well fed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. It's a pleasure to be here, be a part of this conversation. An opportunity to remember and return to the thought of my old University of Chicago professor, Chris Gamwell, and also just your paper sent me back to looking for my notes on talking with Gamwell about Rawls when I was a student of his. So this has been very helpful to me. And also this thinking about the twin dangers of authoritarianism and this refusal to discourse rationally about our claims is so lively and alive at the moment, unfortunately, this tension. I'm also remembering a Perkins faculty colleague, Schubert Ogden, and his last visit to SMU 10 years ago at the 50th anniversary of the graduate program in religious studies. And so this fall we're at the 60th anniversary, and what a great way to mark that anniversary time. And I'd heard, like everybody else, many Schubert Ogden stories. There are many in this part of the world. But on his last visit, he was 87. And he still had that, that clarity of mind, but he had more of the vibe of an old, kind grandpa, which in fact is what he was. So, but I know I am grateful for this opportunity to mark the 60th anniversary of the GPRS and to think about both of these important thinkers. And I've been thinking about Alex too, because the last time I talked with Gamwell was about Alex when he was applying for the PhD program. And Gamwell told me that he was among the very, very best of students that he had worked with over 30 years. So anyway, I'm grateful also to Gamwell for your presence here with us, Alex. So in my first term at the University of Chicago Divinity School, I attended a series of lectures, I think it was in the fall term, by David Tracy, Paul Ricoeur, and Chris Gamwell. So one of them would lecture each night, right? And then the other two would respond. Okay, so here's the problem is when Tracy and Ricoeur got up, I understood nothing of what they were saying. Nothing. So little that I didn't even know what to take notes about, right? I mean, I knew the words they were saying. They were familiar to me. But then at some point, and I would ask students at break, do you know what they're saying? And students, because PhD students are often liars, like the rest of humanity, but they would say, oh yes, I understand, but they weren't taking notes either. Until Chris Gamwell would stand up, we would all get our pens at the ready because Mr. Gamwell would always begin by saying, if I have understood you correctly, you are saying, and then we would all start writing. And we would say, oh, that's what they were saying. And then we would all be off to the races. Now, I thought maybe that was just the way all professors talk to each other. But it turned out in smaller classes and seminars and directed studies, that's how Gamwell talked to everybody, right? That's how he approached everyone. So whatever, we'd have a seminar paper and whatever drivel or confused rantings we might offer, Gamwell would, of course, reply, if I have understood you correctly, you were saying, and then provide the most charitable account of our argument. And that would be the moment when I would first learn what I was trying to say. Of course, that I would experience that first joyful moment of realizing what it was I was trying to say in its best form. And then also in quick succession, the letdown, as Gamwell laid out in the kindest and most careful and charitable way imaginable, all of the many holes in my position that he had just set forth. But his habitual practice, this virtue really of charitable and kind and careful engagement, what we might even call a practice, a habit of communicative respect, right? He did not call it that yet, but he was talking about it in slightly different language, right? That was his habitual practice with everyone, and that is what he modeled for us. Of course, this habitual practice was not the only way of being, whether at the University of Chicago or other universities. And if you have sensitive ears, you might close them for a moment. So last week, I listened to a lecture by the photographer Sally Mann online. Emailed me if you want a link to it. The photographer Sally Mann, in which she mentions the challenges of art criticism seminars at Yale. Wouldn't have to be about art criticism, but that's what she's talking about. And what she described as that awkward cross between a circle jerk and a firing squad. Now, I would like to say I'm sorry for my crude language, and sorrier still that the image is often as apt as it is crude. But that was not in any way Gamwell's way. Early in my time at Chicago, my intention was, and I'm reading from my course of study proposal, which I found yesterday from 88 or 89, it was, what is the proper place of religious language in political discourse, which is, of course, why I was studying with Robin Lovin and Chris Gamwell and others. And by the way, the SMU GPRS course of study proposal is still on the same format of that old University of Chicago course of study proposal because of Schubert Ogden. In any case, that was my intention, and that's why I worked with Gamwell. And I have to admit that at that time, I thought Gamwell's proposals for the place of religion in public life and political discourse seemed so minimalist, tepid even, right? Very, very modest. And I suspect as a United Methodist pastor then and now, I was looking for something more sort of social gospel-like, right? A little more fulsome, robust idea of this Christian engagement. But I will tell you, I've gone back to read Gamwell over recent days, and he's more helpful than I realized. And I suspect both I have changed and the context has changed. So here he is in his book, Democracy on Purpose, talking about this idea of communicative respect, which is really at the heart. And remember, for him, this is not a principle that we agreed to sort of in an imaginative way behind a veil of ignorance. This is at the heart of what it means to be a human being. He's making a substantive claim about what it means to be a human being. So he writes in Democracy on Purpose, moral discourse as a specific social practice both implies and is implied by, and therefore inseparable from, a principle that constitutes all social action, and here's the principle. In all human relationships, individuals are morally bound to treat each other as potential participants in moral discourse. This is simply to repeat that the claim to moral validity for any social action prescribes a common decision so that every participant should be able to choose a purpose that expresses dissent from the claim. And he goes on to talk about this principle of communicative respect. In all human relationships, individuals are morally bound to treat each other as potential participants in moral discourse. Now note that this is not simply an imaginative procedural claim, right? This is a substantive claim. Our human capacity to make and to defend claims that commits us, right, to a form of discourse that treats others as equals in the argument. So the application is not merely, right, a preference or a social convention. It's a transcendental necessity of the very possibility of meaningful conversation, moral reasoning, right, democracy. And these claims, of course, for Gamwell are ultimately grounded, right, in God, right? And I would say what it means to be, part of this shared creation in the image of God. When I was his student, Gamwell's proposals for the place of religion in religious life did seem minimalist and tepid. George H.W. Bush was president at the time. Jim Wright and Tom Foley were speakers of the House. The Senate and majority and minority leaders went back and forth through to Bob Dole, Robert Byrd, and George Mitchell, right? This was a time when people actually talked to each other, right, and offered that was the expectation, that you would offer reasonable arguments. I was still mad at a lot of those politicians, but still, right, they were arguing. At that time, Gamwell's idea of this practice and principle of communicative respect may have seemed minimalist, but I will tell you what sounded modest at the time seems like a pipe dream now. But a worthy pipe dream, right? One to which I aspire. So a few months ago, I ran into a pastor that I know who's had been at a non-denominational church. And in my conversations with him, and he had been the pastor of some teenage friends of my kids, he always seemed a lot more conservative than I was, and maybe a little judgmental of my more progressive stances, and not really happy with my queer identifying kids, et cetera, et cetera. So I ran into him in the coffee shop, and I offered the polite response, right? How are you? Expecting I'm fine, thank you, and how are you? And instead I say, how are you? And he comes up close to me, and with tears in his eyes, he says, how can I be a Christian in a time like this? How can any of us be Christians? I don't know how to be a Christian in a time like this. And he went on to offer and to lament about white Christian nationalism and about what had happened with U.S. evangelicalism, right? I mean, how can I be a Christian? I don't know how to be a Christian. I was taken aback in a good way, but I was taken aback, and I offered, I'm so sorry, this is a very difficult time, blah, 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 kind of a warm, empathic, nothing response, really. But not that warm, empathic is bad, but in any case, I've thought about his question so often since then and imagined different answers. I don't know how to be a Christian in a time like this. I've thought of different answers, and one appropriate response might have been, have you read Chris Gamwell on communicative respect? Okay, maybe it is minimalist, but really, how can any of us be a Christian in a time like this? One place to start, not all of it, but one place, is developing the habit, practicing this virtue of communicative respect. That's not a bad start. And being in a place, universities, colleges, and I would hope even churches, where we model and learn and train people, right, to listen to each other, to take each other's ideas seriously, even when perhaps they don't seem to be inviting that, and to be able to say to them, if I understand you correctly, you are saying that, and to put as best, right, to form their arguments as best we can, and then to engage them seriously, right, respectfully. Still minimalist, perhaps still a pipe dream, but a worthy one, right? To train and to teach ourselves that virtue and to practice it in our life. And I am grateful for this conference in which people are obviously doing that. obviously engaging each other in these kinds of ways, and I look forward to more of that engagement. Thank you.
Well, there's always someone on the panel that's the least charismatic, so I apologize, but I think I'm going to inhabit that role. I can't match, I think, Rebecca's wonderful recollections of Chris in the classroom. I had the benefit of that during my time at the University of Chicago as well, and so it's I'm not going to try to recreate it in the same way, because I think she did a wonderful job. Now it's going to buzz at me, isn't it? My response is going to be a more traditional response, I think, to Dan's paper, in the sense too that, for good or ill, is probably a little bit more of the contrast and challenge or disagree a little bit, but certainly done, I hope, in the spirit of Gamwell's attempt to understand what Dan has done thoughtfully in the work, and to suggest maybe some different ways of understanding the conversation I think we might want to have between a thinker like Rawls and Gamwell. So I hope you'll find it worthwhile and interesting. So I'm grateful for this opportunity to respond to Professor Dombrowski. Dan, I'll just use Dan if I can't. Going forward, it'll be easier. Very generous, very thoughtful paper, and there are many laudable insights provided in his analysis. With my time, I want to focus my comments on a few areas of disagreement. While I appreciate his efforts to find common ground between Rawls and Gamwell, I believe that juxtaposition of their positions does more to clarify Gamwell's distinctive contributions to moral and political philosophy. To my mind, Gamwell's two most important contributions, and I have to think about that some more maybe, the most important, certainly I think absolutely essential contributions to moral and political thought are his conception of justice as compound, and the idea of justice as general emancipation. If the divine good is his answer to the comprehensive question of what makes human activity as such authentic, then justice as general emancipation is his specification of the divine good to the activities of the state with that purpose in mind. Because religion is the form of culture that provides explicit answers to the comprehensive question, this gives rise to what Gamwell calls the modern political problematic. This can be stated in the form of a question. Quote, what, if anything, is the proper relation between politics and religion, given that the political community includes an indeterminate plurality of legitimate religions? The principle of religious freedom offers an answer, but only if that principle can be given coherent articulation. Rawls' account of religious freedom differs significantly from Gamwell's, and their differences are instructive for understanding Gamwell's project and his original contributions to moral and political philosophy. Dan has presented Rawls and Gamwell as more complementary thinkers, and if I've understood Dan, both exemplify a similar moderation with respect to theoretical positions that are either pure exclusivist or pure inclusivist regarding the role of religion in democratic politics. Because each, in his view, avoids these extremes, they share what we might describe as an overlapping consensus around various democratic values in ways that are mutually reinforcing. Rawls, on Dan's view, provides important insights about fairness in political discourse, while Gamwell adds metaphysical depth to democratic values. There's no reason, Dan concludes, to view their approaches to democratic politics as fundamentally in tension. My objection is that this approach elides fundamental differences between Rawls and Gamwell that I think are important for understanding Gamwell's original contributions. In Democracy on Purpose, Gamwell engages with thinkers like Rawls, Jürgen Habermas, Karl Otto Appel, Michael Sandel, and Iris Marion Young, precisely to highlight what he takes to be the dominant consensus that haunts modern moral and political philosophy, namely that, quote, moral and political activity are independent of any comprehensive purpose. While these thinkers differ in important ways from one another, Gamwell argues that they all fail to explain the coherence of the principle of religious freedom as a response to the modern political problematic. Appreciating Gamwell's distinctive contribution to these debates depends on understanding his approach in contrast to representatives of this dominant consensus, and this includes Rawls. Dan suggests that any rift between Rawls and Gamwell need not be viewed as major. And on this point, I must respectfully disagree. Rawls seeks an overlapping consensus around principles of justice that is freestanding among reasonable comprehensive doctrines. On Gamwell's reading, this involves affirmation of the following proposition, quote, "There are principles of justice independent of any particular comprehensive view that all citizens have reason to accept," end quote. Now, it's Gamwell's contention that, quote, "so far from commanding a consensus, this proposition cannot be consistently endorsed by any citizen who is also a religious adherent," end quote. This follows, he insists, because the point of freestanding principles in Rawls' theory is to deny the relevance of the comprehensive order of reflection for validating principles of justice or describing the basic structures of the political community. In Gamwell's words, quote, "in the sense that a reasonable comprehensive doctrine is more or less consistent with freestanding principles of justice, there is simply no such thing as a reasonable religious conviction or reasonable answer to the comprehensive question," end quote. It is Gamwell's conclusion that Rawls' proposal fails to legitimize the adherents of an indeterminate plurality of religions as full participants in democratic discourse, and thus fails to give coherent articulation of the principle of religious freedom. In contrast, Gamwell's compound conception of justice legitimizes an indeterminate plurality of religions in the context of democratic discourse, thereby redeeming the principle of religious freedom. Here it will help to clarify Gamwell's account of the formative substantive distinction in his theory of justice as compound. In informal conversations with Gamwell, he always emphasized that the use of formative in contrast to formal was intentional and reflected an important difference. To my knowledge, he uses the formative substantive distinction only when discussing principles of justice, not when discussing metaphysical matters more generally. On Gamwell's account, formative principles of justice are derived from norms implicit in all substantive moral claims and are meta-ethical in character. Quote, "a moral principle or prescription is formative," he says, "if it prescribes social action that is explicitly neutral to all moral disagreement. That is, if the action prescribed simply affirms argumentation as the proper treatment of such disagreement," end quote. A substantive moral principle or prescription, in contrast, quote, "prescribes a social action that is not explicitly neutral to all moral disagreement," end quote. Substantive moral principles or prescriptions are precisely what democratic discourse is about, whereas formative principles of justice express the necessary conditions for a political discourse that is full and free. Quote, "full in the sense that it takes no moral principle or norm to be immune from dissent, and free in the sense that all individuals who are subject to the common decisions in question should have equal rights to participation." This formative substantive distinction is how Gamwell successfully resolves the modern political problematic. The coherence of the principle of religious freedom is secured because the meta-ethical norms of democratic discourse are neutral relative to the substantive moral disagreements among all participants. This is his transcendental pragmatic move. We all make substantive moral claims, but included in those are certain meta-ethical presuppositions that involve in communicative respect, which, again, Rebecca did a nice job, I think, of amplifying. This neutral framework legitimizes the adherence of an indeterminate plurality of religions as participants in substantive political debate because all are free to contribute their moral claims as part of democratic discourse, including the comprehensive doctrines on which those moral claims are based. For Chris, it's not about translating those into a kind of Esperanto of moral discourse. The moral claims can come full-bodied into the democratic conversation in a way that I think Rawls is definitely uncomfortable with, given his approach to freestanding principles of justice. Even if, as Dan suggests, Rawls is open to some role for religion in expressing claims about the good life as part of a wider social discourse, it remains that Rawls' theory of justice fails to provide a coherent account of religious freedom as a constitutional principle. Gamwell concludes, quote, "The meaning of religious freedom is so identified by Rawls that it explicitly denies the comprehensive order of reflection and therefore explicitly denies what every religious adherent affirms, namely that her or his conviction is valid." In contrast, the full and free debate that Gamwell insists is necessary to legitimize democracy as a response to religious pluralism requires formative principles of justice that are neutral regarding all substantive moral disagreement. These are the principles that should be enshrined in a democratic constitution, as establishing the necessary conditions for a full and free political discourse about the comprehensive human purpose. This is the meaning of religious freedom. And this provides a coherent justification of this constitutional principle as a response to the modern political problematic. Any norms for political discourse that Gamwell would accept would need to be justified as formative in this sense, and Rawls' theory of justice fails this test. If Gamwell is correct, then Rawls doesn't merely abjure metaphysical inquiry as a political philosopher. Instead, Rawls' account of justice implies the rejection of the kind of metaphysical and political project to which Gamwell is committed. Rawls views the comprehensive order of reflection as not only unnecessary, but also inappropriate for political deliberations in a liberal democracy, at least about principles of justice and the basic structures of society. Noting that Rawls and Gamwell overlap on certain values, which they surely do, fails to illuminate Gamwell's distinctive challenge to Rawls and the dominant consensus that moral and political activity are independent of any comprehensive purpose. Let me turn briefly to Gamwell's discussion of justice as general emancipation as it relates to his theory of justice as compound. General emancipation is a specification to politics of the metaphysical telos that Gamwell defends in the first part of Democracy on Purpose. Gamwell argues that, quote, "creativity is the metaphysical character of all possible actualities and the definition of the good. The comprehensive purpose is a divine purpose, and the moral law is to pursue the maximal divine good." Gamwell deploys his theory of justice as compound to argue for, quote, "a democratic community constituted as a discourse about the comprehensive purpose." If formative principles of justice characterize democratic politics in terms of metaethical norms of moral discourse that are neutral to all substantive moral disagreement, his account of justice as general emancipation represents his substantive contribution to that discourse. On this account, we maximize our contribution to the divine good. We maximize creativity by pursuing, quote, "our maximal common humanity," end quote. For Gamwell, quote, "the character of good as such is the unity and diversity or creativity that is realized in greater or lesser measure by all final real things or actualities." He continues, quote, "greater opportunity to be creative is greater freedom, where human activities enjoy a measure of freedom or opportunity for good that is vastly extended in contrast to other actualities." The result is that while human activity is but a part of the process by which the divine good is maximized, there is reason to be particularly attentive to the conditions of human freedom. General emancipation is the proper focus of political activity that seeks to maximize the divine good because our common humanity is a variable that is dramatically increased or decreased depending on the political choices we make. Gamwell does not argue that the divine good is, quote, "identical with human achievement, much less with the satisfaction of human wants and preferences," end quote. Still, for us, maximizing the divine good is coincident with realizing general human emancipation. And the latter depends significantly on our political arrangements and whether those arrangements maximize the conditions for human creativity generally. Now, this overview of general emancipation remains rather abstract and in want of further specification in terms of the activities of the state. And Gamwell undertakes much of this work in the last sections of Democracy on Purpose, as well as in two other books, Politics as a Christian Vocation, Faith and Democracy Today, and By the People, for the People, a political voice for progressive Christians. He does it in other places as well, but those are two particularly good places to look for this. The nuances of his account can't be easily summarized in the time that I have remaining. Suffice to say that Gamwell offers a robust defense of the common good, consistent with promoting our maximal common humanity. Significantly, though, I want to point out, he also argues that our maximal common humanity is self-widening. The result, he concludes, is that the substantive principle of justice implied by the divine purpose can be stated as follows. Quote, maximize the general conditions of emancipation to which there is equal access, end quote. This principle serves as the measure of moral legitimacy of all democratic legislation. Further development of these two themes, the general conditions of human emancipation and equal access to them, warrant further attention and development as part of the full and free democratic discourse for which Gamwell provides an original and profound defense. Whatever our disagreements regarding our interpretations of Rawls and Gamwell's position, I believe I share with Dan an abiding respect and appreciation for Gamwell's distinctive contributions to moral and political philosophy. I'm extremely grateful for Dan's efforts to expand the audience for Gamwell's work. We would all benefit, I believe, from more attention to Gamwell's substantial and original contributions. I am also grateful and blessed to have been a beneficiary of Chris's teaching, mentoring, and friendship. And I miss his presence in the world more than I can easily express. Thanks for allowing me to be part of this celebration.
Again, thank you for those presentations and responses. So we'll have Drs. Dombrowski, Miles, and Wilmot come here and engage in about 10 minutes or so of discussion. Then we'll have 5 minutes of questions, and then we'll get to our lunch and lunch program. So Dr. Dombrowski, if you want to start off.
Yeah, real briefly, so we can open up for questions. This is real brief. Anyway, thanks a lot, Brett, for great. You've really gotten into the nuances of Gamwell's thought. I appreciate that. 4 really, really brief points. Gamwell refers to Rawls' view as the privatist account, saying that Rawls privatizes religion. And it strikes me that Gamwell de-emphasizes the translation proviso in that regard. As I don't see Rawls' view as a privatist account. Some people do have a privatist account. Rorty has a privatist account. Like whatever views you have of religion, keep them to yourself. And I don't think that's Rawls' view. Now that may be partial rapprochement between what I'm saying with what you're saying. Secondly, Gamwell also thinks that Rawls's refusal, that's his word, to deal with comprehensive questions is a denial. And I've always had trouble with that transition from refusal to denial. I think there's a lot of evidence of Rawls that he's not denying the legitimacy of rational approaches to the comprehensive question. So that transition is something I'd like to go back to, given what you've said. So it struck me as too quick a transition on Chris's part from in his accusation against Rawls' refusal to deny. Third, Rawls is confusing, however, real cagey about how the principles of justice relate to comprehensive doctrine. In some cases, they can be deduced from the comprehensive doctrine. And maybe that's the case in Chris's case, where you have a comprehensive view and then through deductive reasoning, you end up with principles of justice. At other points, Rawls says that you take the principles of justice and then insert them into whatever your comprehensive doctrine happens to be. Those are two quite different operations. So part of the difficulty, I think, is caused by Rawls's sort of caginess about what the relationship is between principles of justice and comprehensive doctrines. And fourth, I want to rethink this whole notion of justice as compound, which is so important to Gamwell. One thing that hasn't come up is that the equality principle seems to be more formative in character, and then the opportunity and especially the difference principles are more substantive in character. And I'd like to rethink, that relationship there. That's the way I had always. That's what I meant when I said that for Gamwell, justice is amphibious. That was my metaphor, not Chris's. I know there's more stuff I want to think about with what Brett has said. So,
Can I respond to that first?
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, I wonder if part of this is, we read Rawls with Gamwell.
Fair.
So it's harder to put the two of them together in that, right? In that, that may be a part of it. That's the thing. But I haven't read Rawls in a long time. So to come back to this material in the current political context, I mean, I was not happy with Rawls in 88, 90 and all that. But now, I mean, Rawls is assuming that you have a sort of coherent democracy where people can, right? Where you can have these kinds of conversations. That's a part of the assumption. So it seems to me as that falls apart, then these more procedural, right? Almost strictly procedural point of view is even less helpful. And Gamwell becomes more important because he offers a more substantive grounding for what it means to be a human being and what it means to actually talk to each other when democracy does appear to be falling. So,
Yeah, I take your first point. Certainly my reading of Rawls is shaped significantly by Chris's approach. I suppose some of it, I mean, when Chris talks about Rawls as being a privatist view, I think he's making a narrow claim about what Rawls has to say about principles of justice. And I do think Rawls is excluding comprehensive doctrines as a source for justifying those. That's why he comes up with the thought experiment. They've got to be freestanding, so they can't be justified. They can't rely upon any particular comprehensive doctrine. I think that's when Chris says it's privatized. He doesn't mean that Rawls has to have no space or possibility for religious language or in the public square. It's more narrowly as we try to frame principles of justice. Is there a role for the comprehensive? And I think I don't know how else to understand the freestanding claim, except that Rawls is trying to give us a procedure for articulating and justifying principles that then are independent of any particular comprehensive doctrine.
right.
Yeah.
In many ways, Rawls is in the tradition of Locke's open letter concerning toleration, where people disagree with each other. The best thing to do is to take the contentious stuff off the table. In politics, and I think those words are crucial for Rawls, take them off the table in politics and then debate them elsewhere in the academy or in responsible journalism, the arts, and so on and so forth. And you're seeing that as a sort of narrow version of privatization.
Well, partly because I think Chris always felt that what it came down to is that any attempt to specify what counts as a reasonable comprehensive doctrine necessarily makes judgments about what are legitimate religions.
Mm-hmm.
And Chris was always adamant that if religious freedom was going to mean anything, it had to legitimize an indeterminate plurality. It couldn't come in and try to say, okay, these religions, but not these religions. And so there had to be some way of articulating meta-ethical norms of democratic discourse that were neutral to all the parties. And so he works, that's where his work with Habermas and Appel is so critical, where he really gets into the communicative ethics, and where his notion of communicative respect kind of emerges out of that as a way of articulating what he took to be meta-ethical norms of democratic politics that then could, in principle, invite an indeterminate plurality of religions into the discourse.
But Rawls he does fess up at some point, right? That this all makes sense within a democratic, and he is talking about this availability, but this all makes sense within this democratic context, right? It's not,
Sure.
and that does bring comprehensive claims with it, even though he wants to bracket those, but he is working within, but he does, I don't know, fess up's probably not the word, but acknowledge that he is working within that.
Especially
In a
the
particular
later
culture,
Rawls.
yes, the
Especially
later
later
Rawls.
Well, I was about to say, some of it depends on how you decide to understand what Rawls does from a theory of justice to political liberalism, where in a theory of justice, he explicitly embraces a comprehensive kind of Kantian doctrine, and then later comes to find that unsatisfying because of the criticisms that emerge. Saying you're basically saying everyone needs to hold a similar comprehensive doctrine in order to be good democratic citizens. And he says, well, I can't really make that claim, so then I'm going to come up with a way of articulating democratic principles of justice that are freestanding. And then he relies more on trying to appeal to cultural norms, so the culture of democracy, and so assumes that there's a commitment to certain kind of latent values or certain understandings of fairness that he thinks he can then pull out of that original position.
And one of the things I'd love to hear, this will have to be later over lunch or whatever, is, gosh, this discussion's changed a little bit. Having this discussion now in 2025 is very different than having it in 1988 or 1990 or 1992. And what does the rise of authoritarianism and the collapse of some, the possible collapse of some democratic institutions, how does that change? I mean, it seems to me Gamwell's aware better, but there's still challenges, it seems to me, they're facing all of us. So again, we probably can't settle all that now, but maybe over lunch we could.
we can work it all out.
Remember, this debate is one that goes all the way back to Plato. So if we settle it over lunch, this will be quite a momentous occasion. So.
And a good lunch.
So let's take 5 minutes for questions that people might have. Any questions?
Or in the spirit of Gamwell, criticisms.
Or
go straight to lunch.
So I guess we're good then. Okay, so thank you for this session and our panelists. So I think what we're going to do is we'll take 10 minutes to get our lunches, get something to drink, and you can bring it back into this room. And if you have to use the facilities, please do. But we're going to start the lunch program at 1:20. Okay, 1:20. All right, thank you.